I go upstairs this morning to grab a bowl of rice for breakfast. And my niece comes up. I'm a tiger. In just the most adorable voice ever. I'm a tiger. And I'm like, oh God, no. Please don't eat me. And she gets the biggest grin on her face. She kind of walks up to me. Slow waddling, like, walk up, walk. And I'm just sitting there, like, recoiling in horror. Unmoving as she waddles up to me. And then she goes, rawr. And I'm just like, ah. And she bursts out laughing. Tiger. Ah. She's very cute. She's at that phase where one of the things they enjoy most, I've seen this several times now, is reactions. They like seeing that they do something and there is a feedback to the thing they did, and that appeals to them. It's actually funny because we, as human beings, are programmed to enjoy that kind of feedback. In general, we do, and then something reacts to what we do. It's actually one of the reasons I'm so harsh about feedback in video game design. Yeah, exactly, Yura. Exactly. She wouldn't like Starfield. But, so I make it a point, especially when they're at this phase, to always react to them. Always try to give that kind of reaction to show that they did something and to acknowledge it so they can learn and grow from that. And again, it's really, really cute. Speaking of, we finally did it. We finally hit the point, just last night, where I finally had a dream about Starfield. Now, can anyone guess what this dream entailed? Now, the answer is no, but I am legitimately curious. And for those of you who are wondering, anytime I play a given game for a lot, it tends to enter my dreams just because it's the kind of dream, it's because that's how my dreams work. Right? I don't know if that's everybody's dreams work, but my dreams are processing, chewing on all the junk data left over at the end of the day. And so, you know, if I play a game for 2 weeks solid, then yeah, it's going to enter my dreams. My sister wasn't there. Nobody else was there. It's just Starfield. Did make more sense than the actual writing. It's a good question. There was a terramorph. No. It was something much more horrifying. Check this out. I dreamt that I was playing Starfield on stream for you guys. But here's the thing. For some weird reason, VR mode was like enabled. But obviously, I don't have a VR headset. So what kept happening... I'm not making this up, by the way. What kept happening was like, apparently, there was a whole other layer of gameplay in the game for VR only. That you can only access when you're playing in a VR. But I don't have a VR headset. So it's just dumping all of this weird, disorienting visual data onto my monitor. And every now and again, I have to muddle through it to progress through a quest, not being able to really see or tell what I'm doing, just kind of guessing as I go in order to try and figure out how to progress the quest I'm on. And I'm just sitting here getting more and more and more pissed off because, of course, I can't turn it off. And so I'm just sitting here trying to push through this goddamn game, trying to figure out what it wants from me in order to solve the puzzle that is mandatory to be able to progress. I swear I'm not making this up. I'm just sitting there like, come on. Maybe if I go this way? No. I don't like this. No. No. It's okay. The other dream I had was about me playing Thanos in a fan film prequel to the MCU. No, I don't get it either. All right, so moving on.
The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him V Victus. Woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin. A title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come.
Okay. First of all, everything. Second of all, the problem with the word clone is that, like so many other words in the English language, it actually means multiple things. Because if I made a clone of Takoida right now, then all I have done is made a completely different human being from the same basic stock. If I do an accelerated growth clone of Takoida, then I've done the same thing, it's just I've grown them up quicker. If I have duplicated Takoida, then I have made a brand new person who started off as the same person as Takoida. Like, there's so many layers at this point. We've had science fiction for the better part of a century and a half, right? We have layers to what clone means. You're going to have to go into slightly more detail than clone for me to give a damn. Ignoring the fact that you switch genders in the middle of this, which already gives across what I'm talking about. So, what? Yeah, Farscape. Oh, let's not get into that. That's a little spoilery, but agreed completely. That's a really good example of forking, mind forking. And yes, X. So far, this is the best quest chain I've done so far. What's real-life cloning? Real-life cloning is really, really boring. And does exist. It's actually really, really basic. All you do is take base genetic stock and make a new person out of the base genetic stock. That's it. There you go. There's cloning. No memory. I don't think we are in the same light here as being able to duplicate someone's memories at this point in history. I mean, my companions be good characters. So, it's a good question. Yeah, cloned. Right now, most of what we do for cloning is more on the individual scale rather than an entire new person for actually pretty obvious reasons. By the way, that is exactly why that bot exists, Takoida, and I'm glad it's working again because holy crap. God, I'm sorry. From what I've been told, the companions are all locked behind MSQ. Which is an interesting choice. Now, let me explain that a little bit, because I actually decided to look into this. Give me a second. Hang on, Colgrim. Don't pull out your technically just yet, or I'll kill you horribly with sticks. So, there's a list of characters known as the recruitable crew, okay? These people are non-characters. No, all of these people are, at absolute best, one-note nobodies. They have a bit of side story. They have a bit of characterization, like the drunk guy we got from the one chain. But none of these people are characters. None of these people are, let's call it what it is, companions, or, to use a slightly more older term, party members. These are recruitables. We have access to all of these. These are easy. And there's a whole bunch of them right here. I got a whole list. Including the Adoring Fan, the guy we've actually been running with. The actual party members are all locked behind MSQ. So, yeah, we could go and we could recruit, Scion of the Seventh Dawn Dude number 7, if we wanted to use an FF14 equivalent. But we're not going to get Alize until we progress the MSQ. Or to use a Final Fantasy Tactics example, we could hit the town and grab Bob, but we're not going to get Mustadio until we get through the quests. And that is a weird choice, and I've been chewing on it a little bit. Because... No, because it feels very contradictory to a lot of elements that with regards to how the game is designed, but also with regards to how just RPGs are designed in general. Lord knows locking stuff behind the MSQ is nothing new, see FF14, but I don't know. That does not sit right with me at all. And I'm not sure if I'm going to give it a negative, but it's something I'm going to chew on. All right, I'm sorry. Let's get back to the dialogue. So you're a clone. Please explain cloning.
A non-trivial amount of gene editing. Clone, honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world. He and I are different on more than a few levels. But there's no denying the fact we're inextricably linked.
Okay, so nobody gives a damn then, right? Because why would anybody care? Like, that's like being... That's exactly as stupid as being shamed for the fact that your father did something stupid. And nobody would be stupid enough to actually shame you for the actions of your father.
I'm the last. A few of my siblings, they passed when we were young. Training accidents and the like. But most of the rest were deployed to the front lines during the Colony War, and they never came back. Not a day goes by where I don't think about what the world would look like with them still in it.
He must have been super impressive.
He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. Ultimately, though, it didn't matter. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death, on both sides. Freestar Collective, and UC. Military, and civilians. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned.
So what did your father do to merit being executed?
He had his men open fire on civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne. A battle that he ultimately ended up losing anyway, devastating the UC fleet and bringing the Colony War to an ugly end for the UC. But he's also the one who ordered the bombing of the Londinion Spaceport during their outbreak, condemning countless lives. Both sides agreed the settled systems would be better without him.
So why did he open fire on civilians? Like, usually people don't just go, mwahaha, I like killing civilians, unless we're in an anime, of course. So usually there's some kind of tactical benefit for firing on civilians. So why? Not that you're going to tell me that, of course.
I really appreciate you saying that.
You're welcome.
I just thought you deserved to know, considering how much you've done already. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. Or, if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here.
I bet it's exactly as long as it takes me to go in there and talk to them. Your eyes are red. That's not the word I would use. So is that because of cloning?
That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included. Where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. And the eyes were my parting gift.
Actually, I remember that, von Falkenstein. I was presuming that was a lie, that was propaganda. If it was not a lie, if the enemy was using civilian ships as shields, then yeah, that's a little bit more on the enemy than it is on you. Now, that is admittedly actually the kind of thing you could do an entire story just on that one premise, because there's a lot to unpack there, and I'm not going to do that right now. But, yeah, that's a little bit different from, wahaha, die civilians.
I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being fleet admiral to deal with kids. I was raised by a pair of guardians instead. Until his defeat during the Colony War, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy. Perceptive. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. And for me, too. But V Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. In the end, that's what cost him his life.
You could say he was a tactically brilliant stormtrooper. Points if you get it. Alright, let's go.
Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Sounds like our cue. Here we go.
So I'm sure this is about to go really badly.
Ah, Captain. Congratulations on joining the rank.
To preserve the twist, obviously, Meatfist. Oh god, it's Mass Effect. No, it's Mass Effect!
Ah, welcome.
Reapers.
You must be the captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have our thanks for the risks you faced in securing this information.
Yes, Hadrian made it clear addressing this issue required the utmost of urgency.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Yes, well, precisely how urgent is what I hope we'll determine here today. So now, we have two petitioners here making a surprising request. Access to the UC Xeno Warfare Team's terramorph data, currently housed in the Armistice archives. A request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all three Armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Veron.
Okay, I know I've already bashed the dialogue in this game a lot. First of all, we already know this. Second of all, we already know this twice if we're paying attention. Third of all, there's no way in hell or heaven above that this character would be speaking in the manner that she is given the circumstances here. Fourth, why does everyone speak with the exact same voice in this goddamn game? And fifth, what is with this weird asymmetrical outfit that everybody wears in this setting? Also, I agree with Noctis. I guarantee you that Hadrian was originally designed to be V Victus's daughter. And then they were like, wait, sci-fi. And so they made her his clone instead, even though it doesn't change anything, and they're just treating her like she's, you know, daughter. She even called him father.
Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet to hear from you. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor.
We are trying to figure out what we are facing. We cannot make an informed decision without data.
That is something to consider. Though we also have to take into account the nature of the data you require.
Madam President, I object to the very premise of this meeting. While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, terramorph attacks are not some sudden new threat on the horizon. They've been happening for generations. to demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the balance of galactic diplomacy because of a single attack.
It shows how extremely stupid you are. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I actually need a moment because of how stupid that is. That actually broke my brain for a second. I'm not even joking. First of all, let's just parse apart how stupid what he just said was. First of all, attacks have been happening for generations, so naturally the last thing we want is more data on the situation to understand it at all. You're an idiot. Second of all, if you paid any kind of attention to the data we gave you, the whole point is that there has been a pattern to attacks consistently and persistently for decades, and that pattern is now being broken, which means an alteration to something somewhere in the system, which requires more data to study and understand, which is exactly what we're asking for. This is not just some other attack. This is a break in... If there's a virus outbreak that behaves 100% predictably, but then suddenly it starts behaving off pattern, you don't just say, we're not going to do that just because the people get the flu all the time. That's ridiculous. You're an idiot. All right, I'm good. I was actually just about to bring up Udina. We talked about this during the Mass Effect review. Because the idea, BioWare loves this trope. It's the obstinate bureaucrat. It's a very, 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 very common trope. Having angles is English and being English is modern? Yeah, I don't get that either. The obstinate bureaucrat is a very, very common trope. It's what we need. It appeals to a lot of people because most real people, have dealt with the obstinate bureaucrat in real life to some extent or another. We have dealt with the idiot in charge. We have dealt with the stupid manager or the brain-dead people at corporate or whatever, right? And the people... So we get a little bit of enjoyment in our fiction when we run into those people and they are an antagonistic force, not truly villainous. That's actually a step past obstinate bureaucrat. That's into obstructive bureaucrat, which is that's the next step up. But if they're an antagonistic force that we have to then overcome and can then overcome, it gives us that extra bit of catharsis because we can't deal with Bob in accounting, but we can deal with Udina, right? I mean, what's one of the most enjoyable moments in Mass Effect 1? Anderson walks in. So that's why that type of trope is used so commonly in fiction, and why BioWare is so in love with that particular trope. But, and here's the thing, there's still execution, there's still presentation, there's still the specifics of how you decide to present your character. And frankly, Udina, despite my irritations, was still better written than this asshole. At least until 3.
Seems at best panic. And at worst, a power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would give this game 3 pluses to story right now. If Anderson walked in out of absolutely nowhere and just slugged this guy in the face.
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to. If it's my father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium. I would also ask, how many deaths the cabinet requires to act? 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Point of order, I don't think 50,000 people exist in this game. So, I'm not sure if that's a thing.
Let's keep this civil, shall we? And while there should be no doubt, the preservation of life stands paramount among this body's duties.
Blah, blah, blah.
Chief Yassine has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be sufficient to convince the other factions to grant us access to what they no doubt consider weapon data? I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually collected the sample in question, did this terramorph seem at all alarming to you?
That is the dumbest question. Oh my god. They're killing me. They're killing me with stupidity. They're killing me with their stupidity. You are asking the guy who just fought a terramorph personally on foot if I found this case alarming. 4 quests in. I can't even. I can't even. No, ma'am, nothing special to report. It wiped out a colony that never saw it coming. Do you not consider that alarming?
That is worth considering. This attack took place on an almost completely uninhabited world. The casualties were minimal as a result. But if there's another attack, will we be so lucky?
Yes, a fine point, Admiral. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
I just realized where this story arc is going to suffer. I just realized where it's going to nosedive in quality. Please give me a second to collect my thoughts. I'm still kind of tired and recovering, obviously. And this is so stupid, it's breaking my brain. Bear with me for a second. Something fiction likes to do is it likes to have a drama moment, but then the writers don't always know how to justify getting to the drama, okay? We must abandon the bridge. Why? Because they're running out of Girl Scout cookies at Kmart. And if we don't get to the Girl Scout cookies as quickly as possible, they're going to be out. And I'm not missing out on Girl Scout cookies. Not again. Not again. And then they blow up the bridge and thousands of people die. They want the drama moment. They want the blowing up the bridge. They want leaving behind the people. They want accessing the data archives. They want that moment, that thing, that twist of drama. Yeah, the Sonya moment in Mortal Kombat 11. That's actually a good example of that. Fiction likes drama moments for obvious reasons. Drama moments can be great moments, but you have to earn a drama moment. And fiction so often does not earn drama moments. Instead, they just kind of, we have to do this. And the most common bad justification of drama moments that I tend to see in fiction is when someone comes up with a path that leads to the moment, and everyone acts like it's the only thing we can do. And they all pin the urgency of the moment. They all pin the urgency of their statements to how much they need this one path forwards. And I'm just sitting here screaming at my screen. Metaphorically, I don't usually yell at my screen. In order to be like, well, why don't you just send some other dude to pick up the Girl Scout cookies? It's fine. I can already tell you that this game is going to try to treat up this thing of we must get this data as the drama moment. And there's one other aspect of this I haven't laid out yet, and it's the other part of how this is done badly, most commonly in my experience. I know I structured that sentence wrong. Please bear with me. That's the fact that usually there's no payoff for the drama moment either. Looking at you, Spec Ops The Line. And so I bet you money it's gonna be like, all right, we're gonna go through all this drama. We must get the data. We must get the data. It's gonna be a nothing burger, right? It's just a nothing burger, and it won't even help, and it'll have all been for nothing, and then we'll move on as if we never even bothered, because we just had to have the moment. Then we move on with whatever the story was originally going to be, regardless of all this drama centered around getting the data from the archive, because there's this evil man who shot on civilians and who did other evil stuff. And there's this tainted legacy, the sins of our fathers. Yeah, it is. We actually have a category for this. We have a specific category for this in the review process. It's called fake drama. Real drama is usually some of the best moments in these kind of games. Fake drama is usually some of the worst, because fake drama inverts all of the positives of good drama. Everything that could or should have been a moment of awesome or intensity or enjoyability is inverted, and it switches sides and goes over here to being negative. The problem is I'm trying to come up with examples that aren't spoilers. Because I could, yeah, you know what? Real drama is Halo Reach. Real drama is Modern Warfare 1. Real drama is Modern Warfare 2, actually, while we're on the subject. Fake drama is Modern Warfare 3. Fake drama, and I hate to call this one out, but it's true, is Mass Effect 1. And again, I'm not going to name, I'm not going to go into specifics, because I'm trying to avoid spoilers. Breaking Bad. God, I know it's fresh in your mind, but I haven't seen it in years. Like over a decade, At least I think it's been a decade at this point. Feels like it's been a long time. One second. Give me a moment. Let me just check the audit sheet. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we're not adding new shows to the Streaminations list, for the foreseeable future. You know what? Fake drama. Grand Theft Auto 5. No spoilers, but if you know, you know. And I stand by that. GTA 5 is one of the best games I've ever reviewed, and one of the best games ever made. It still would not stop hitting that fake drama button every single time it came up during the latter, was it 2 acts of the game? Let's see, what else we got here? Dragon Quest Builders 2. Again, if you know, you know. Definitely fake drama in that case. What else we got here? Mega Man X4 and X5. Different examples, but still. Baldur's Gate 3. Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 1. What else we got here? StarCraft 2 had several. Had way too much. In fact, fun fact. Looks like the most fake drama negatives we've given every game so far is StarCraft 2. That's funny. Also, no. Like, kimono. It's kind of case by case, but like, for example, if you expect me to stream the rest of Simpsons, we're going to have a really long talk, my kimono. Nope, no examples, Von Falkenstein. No examples. Yeah, Heart of the Swarm, God. Heart of the Swarm was such a mixed bag. Great gameplay. Wonderful gameplay. Anyways. Here, I'll give you a hint, Von Falkenstein. Karlach. There's other examples, but that's one of the 3 examples we gave. Alright, 2 examples. Does a Big Mac from McDonald's count as a nothing burger to me? No, I actually like Big Macs. At least if they're done well. You get them from a good McDonald's, that's good stuff. Anyways. I like how we could say yes, maybe, or no. I'm going to, of course, say yes, because I'd like to continue with, you know, the plot.
I'm inclined to agree.
As am I.
I suppose that does get to the heart of the point, doesn't it? Very well. I consent. The galaxy was lucky you were here today, Captain.
You and I are in agreement, Chief Diplomat. So, if there are no other objections, I believe we can agree to give our full backing to make the request to... What was that?
Attention. Attention. An incident has occurred. Facility lockdown engaged.
Incident? Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs. More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God.
There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanner somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
I swear to God, if this game tries to make me make a choice of bombing the entire city just like Londinion,
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, we can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, ma'am.
I...
Captain, I'm right behind you. Let's get down there.
You know what? Okay, actually, I'm not going to make fun of that. We do have it on our record that we took down a terramorph by ourselves, or at least individually. That's... I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Especially a politician in the middle of this situation would probably be like, get out there and do something. Even if that might not be the smartest call. Because after all, remember last time, we had a couple turrets to help us out with the situation. So, I'm going to let that one slide. I'm going to let that slide. But no, you want a nothing burger act? I don't even remember what they're called anymore, but you remember the old dollar burgers? They actually used to be 60-cent burgers at McDonald's. Those are nothing burgers. Burgers where the majority of the flavor comes from the excess amount of mustard and ketchup they slather over it. Those are nothing burgers. Ugh. Ah! What are you doing here? Favorite rice dish? God, I don't know. Unagi don comes to mind immediately.
You! The EM rifle, grab it! Now!
Stop!
So now we've got a hate plague. So that's cool.
Please! I can't stop!
That's cool.
That's it. Now hit him with everything you've got.
Did you just give me a stun gun? Okay, so this is going to sound really strange, Pillar of Snow. Eel tastes a lot like toasted marshmallows. Equip followers with EM weapons to have them. You only gave me the... You only gave me the one EM weapon game.
Sorry.
Oh, this is so much fun!
Please stop trying to kill the person.
Really? Got one!
That's okay, they're essential flagged. Which is funny. You give me a non-lethal weapon, and then you make them essential flagged. That's actually funny.
Thank you for what you did. We didn't want to hurt them.
My guess, Dakota. Earlier they mentioned how terramorphs have the ability to mind control lesser beings to keep them around as food or pets. So I'm guessing the terramorphs have evolved, and now they're able to take control of people.
The way those people were acting. I've seen this before. They were under the terramorphs' influence, weren't they?
I don't know. They were down at the port and they just started screaming.
We tried to restrain them, get them on the train to get them out of harm's way, but some of the other officers down there, we couldn't restrain them fast enough. They just started firing on us. People we knew. They went berserk.
Pheromonic projection. Some terramorphs, they can induce this fog. It affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control, turn against everyone around them, even if they don't want to. They're like a puppet. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire, and keep that EM weapon at the ready.
I'm gonna let that slide. Because, you know. But yeah, I'm sorry. Why would they have such a tool at their disposal? And why would it effectively make puppets out of sentient sapient beings? And why would get rid of... You know, I'm gonna let it go. I'm letting it go. Letting it go. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Nat's unlocked. Please, do what you can to help them.
Listen, Bethesda just wanted a better Mass Effect 3 just like the rest of us, okay? We should be thankful. We've already gotten StarCraft 2's Mass Effect 3. And I forget the other one. We've actually covered another game that was a better Mass Effect 3 than Mass Effect 3. I can't remember what it is. But now we're getting this version of Mass Effect 3.
Oh God, no time to waste, Captain. Stash the EM and pull some firepower. Let's move.
All citizens are required to proceed to the nearest shelter.
I mean, remind me... Okay. Remind me what Mass Effect 3's gameplay score was, Von Falkenstein. Because, pretty sure it was pretty decent. Where is the damn thing? Oh, there it is. What is this bound to? Let's just put you on 1, shall we? Just leave it there.
Don't just stand there.
Cyberpunk, that was the one.
Go down, damn it!
Plus 42 to gameplay. Yeah, that tracks. Could you stop shooting me, please?
There's another one! Oh God. Captain! You're going to be okay! It's not real! Whatever you're experiencing right now, it's not real! We have to put down that morph!
But you just said...
Nothing's gonna save you!
Like, what if I'm attacking a person that looks like a morph? I mean, honestly. Oh, Mass Effect 3 was very fun to replay. Like, honestly, I was a little bit surprised how well it scored. I really was. Plus 42 is really good. Take all that.
Our experts? We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad, but we're barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before, huh? Well, I've got one fire team to spare and whatever supplies you need, but I can't risk them taking over any more of my men. Put those things down and do it fast. We'll hold them as best we can.
I was about to say, if you've ever played any Resident Evil game ever, you know that the moment you start fighting one of these suckers, they usually give you a goddamn rocket launcher. Notice they are giving us ads to help fight these guys, by the way. So I'll give you the credit on that point, game. And yes, obviously I've played Mass Effect 3's multiplayer extensively, although that didn't count for the review, because we were reviewing the Legendary Edition, which of course has multiplayer turned off. So that plus 42 is without the multiplayer.
Heard you might be looking for some backup. You say the word, we're out there on your 6.
Done.
You two have any experience with terramorphs before?
Only the brief they just gave on the way here. But we know how to handle pressure.
Surviving a full-on mental assault isn't the same as keeping your cool in a firefight. Might make you more liability than asset.
We're not UC security. You don't need to worry about us.
I mean, yeah, let's do it. Let's see how bad this goes.
Roger that. We're on you.
Pardon.
Yeah, no, I expect this to go badly, but I am curious. Hey, there's my ship. Can I get in my ship and fire my particle weapons at these people? I'm just curious, because I have particle weapons. Agreed, Melkor.
Everywhere! All around! Nowhere is safe! Think you can take me?
Focus.
You know, considering that...
You're never gonna win. They always win.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I'm hit.
This is what it's like being a Manchester United fan. Just hearing these voices.
How dare they try to damage a priceless work of art?
I mean, absolutely, Loke. We know we can have computer-assisted aiming, and we can have a spotter on the ground with a frickin', what do you call it? A laser sight, right? Get someone on the ground, get them a frickin' sniper rifle, get them to zoom in and point, designate the shot, have the ship in orbit, fire on the shot. Boom. I know that's not that's not ironclad, but that is still absolutely the way I would deal with nonsense like this, instead of sending in a bunch of grunts who probably haven't seen this kind of combat in their entire career. I believe we are still establishing that, Spartan. Terramorphs were kind of introduced during this quest chain. Yeah, I wasn't even going to get into the fact that they should have satellites which should help them coordinate these kind of attacks. Hell, there's probably ships that can handle that level of accuracy in pinpointing and scanning just by themselves. I wasn't even going to get into automated systems. I mean, Fallout has freaking military bots. Combat drones. No, but have fun, Zach Taft. And tell me about it when you get back. Jonathan Frakes is pretty legit.
All wrapped up. We should go tell the sergeant what happened.
Believe it or not, I'm going for a specific build here, Henson. Which is why I keep using this damn thing. Speaking of which, how are we looking? Nope, still need to kill 47 more people. Damn. Okay. Not at the moment, Loke. No. I have my own theories, but we'll see when we get there. Oh, okay, Zaktek, gotcha. Well, still, I hope you have fun when you get there.
Thank the heavens you're back in one piece. Though I guess our people weren't so lucky.
I'm sorry, what? Your people survived that fight. Nobody died, huh?
The few protecting the many.
And it would have been plenty more if it hadn't been for the two of you. The city owes you both a debt after this.
We were just in the right place at the right time. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
So there's the fire team leader, who's very much alive.
You know the risks signing up for duty like this. Still, always hard.
They were like, oh God, I honor your sacrifice, sir. I'm right here. It's so great what you did for us.
Attention. The spaceport has been secured. Safety precautions remain in place. Please wait for the all-clear signal before exiting.
But yes, von Falkenstein, exactly. So I need to kill lots of people with this stupid beam. Yeah, we're going to have a memorial. It's going to be great. This is Faction Quest, Henson. UC Vanguard, specifically.
Whole building's on lockdown.
That's a relief to hear. Thank you, gentlemen. Let your people all know how much we owe them today.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, there you are. I believe we have some things we should discuss.
My officers were unprepared for what happened at the spaceport. I intend to correct that.
From now on, random terramorph attacks.
Captain? Hadrian? It would appear that the Cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology.
If earlier we had decided not to give you access to the vault, we have suddenly changed our minds in the recent light of a terramorph attack on our capital city.
Your concerns about the terramorphs, well, consider them validated.
Thank you, ma'am.
I take my gratitude in credits, real estate, or luxury goods.
Of course. I only wish we could have acted sooner. Now, today's events have only clarified our path forward in the eyes of the Cabinet. You will have our full support in collecting the terramorph data from the archives, as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the Cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian, effective immediately, to your former rank of Major. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. I'd be honored.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed first, we're going to need someone to convince the Freestar Collective and House Veron to play ball. Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the colonies and all the galaxy are facing right now. The Cabinet wants you, Captain, to be that representative.
Oh, I thought you were leading into, like, introducing him to the character.
We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data.
Oh, sweet.
So, will you help us?
I mean, sure.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support. Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be your guide on gaining access to the archives. You should be able to find her in her office across the hall. And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks. You're dismissed.
When you see security loses an officer, make it my responsibility.
I'm gonna go
to
check
call
in
their
with Chief
family.
Engineer Kulkarni. Start getting a
I've got
plan
lot of
together for
calls
that
to
data.
make now.
So, you know what I would have done for the starport? Listen, von Falkenstein, it's fine. It's fine. You know what I would have done? So, you notice how the starport had, like, no defenses or security? I mean, oh, sure, there were a couple of guards with a couple of guns, but imagine if, I don't know, random pirate ship just lands and bursts out with a bunch of people with guns blazing. Or maybe some mechs, or, I don't know, suicide drone pilot. Like, there's a lot of options there, right? So what I would have done, I was going to make it so that the starport area has turrets. It's got big old turrets which they can use to fire on anything heavy, right? Because you want to have your starport defended. That just makes sense. Now, the thing is, from a gameplay perspective, big old turrets will make the terramorph fight a little bit too easy. We don't want that. So what I would do is I would make it so that the turrets aren't automated because of whatever reason. Doesn't matter. And you need to establish putting people on it, and you need to make a choice. As you're walking into the fight, do you want to put people on those turrets, yes or no? If you do, what would happen throughout the course of the fight, and they'd make this clear, what they would do is they would have the option to, there would be a dice roll that would be happening periodically, where anybody who's manning the turret could be then taken over, and now you have a gigantic heavy turret firing on you. Now, you can, of course, dodge and weave and buck and avoid the turrets because the terrain and all that. But the point is, that's your choice. Do you go out and you fight by yourself, or do you have the turrets on both your side and theirs? Now, I know that's not perfect, and there's several other ways that can be smoothed over, but once again, I'm sick, I'm tired, and that's an idea right off the top of my head. So, another way they could have done that.
The tech we develop.
So hang on.
Chief Yassine, these orders. A Vanguard captain. You... Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require.
I'm not having sex with you, lady.
That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre, Chief Yassine's second-in-command. I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. You have my gratitude. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives. You do know what the archives are, correct?
No, you've only talked about them 700,000 times in this question alone.
Someone paid attention in current events.
It was 20 years ago.
Then you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players.
Why are you still answering?
Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 armistice signatories. UC, Freestar Collective, and House Veron.
Game, please stop pissing me off. Please? I'm begging you. Stop repeating this goddamn point over and over and over again. Repetition in fiction is a tool that must be very carefully handled, because it is very, very easy for it to get irritating. All you do when you repeat a bullet point over and over and over again is frustrate the viewer or player or whatever. Hi, Judo Joker. I hope you had a good vacation, because I've been sick and playing Starfield. No relation.
Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. The ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Veron to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, no problems. I'll just need some electrodes, a tooth extractor, and some sodium pentothal.
Very funny. This is going to be hard enough already. Both ambassadors have reasons they won't, or can't, work with us. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be up to you to get them both to cooperate.
And I do mean cooperate. Threats and violence are off the table here. Though that doesn't mean we can't get creative.
But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliff of Freestar, or Ambassador Balmore of House Veron?
Well, I've always liked Balmora, so...
The good Ambassador Radcliff. She's a veteran, of the Colony War, and her only goal in life is to make ours miserable. Now, officially, our office is suggesting you try and negotiate with her.
Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support.
And who knows? Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code.
Okay, what are the other tools?
Certainly. See, good diplomacy is all about the careful application of pressure. We just need to find the squeeze.
UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which we suspect you can use to your advantage.
But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land yourself in an embassy holding cell.
So, if you are going to try and access the device, you're going to need to find a way in there without being seen.
Now, we recovered some intel we believe should be able to help with that. But there's also a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information. Maybe even convince to work with you.
Okay. What can you tell me about this staff member?
Name's Cameron Long. He's younger than Radcliff, bears less of a grudge towards the UC. He works closely with the ambassador, making him a promising source for information on the ins and outs of embassy life, and someone who very likely hates her guts.
Okay. All right.
All right. Here, your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a heads up you're on your way. Not likely to let you through the door otherwise.
And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how to proceed in there.
So tell me about House Balmore. The one from Morrowind, of course.
Ambassador Balmore's a challenge.
When the rest of House Veron retreated into seclusion shortly after the signing of the armistice, Balmore stayed here.
He's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, so there's real hope he might again. Though claiming to know how a member of House Veron thinks is a quick way to earn yourself a psych eval.
I like these options. Why? What's wrong with them? Or, they're all crazy. Or, they're all people.
It does, but there's a concern. We're not 100% sure Balmore is actually still alive. His public appearances were always rare, but it's been several years now since he last poked his head out. Scans of the facility show life signs, but not the kind we were expecting.
Your task is to find him and kindly but firmly remind him of his duties under the armistice.
I'm sorry, no one's actually been inside the embassy.
The embassy is still legally House Veron's sovereign territory, so we're not technically permitted inside. We've snuck in the occasional spy, of course, but the ambassador has proven more evasive than you'd expect for a man of his age. But we're quite sure he hasn't left the city. The man stands out.
I'm sorry, what kind of life signs did you detect in the embassy?
The Veron delegation brought more than a few of their native flora with them when they set up in the embassy. It seems those plants have been allowed to flourish, making it hard for us to verify what's flora and what's ambassador.
Okay.
I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance that should allow you access. Here, this device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the ambassador is going to be up to you. And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Watch out for automated security in there.
Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, don't hesitate to ask. I'd suggest you start with Ambassador Radcliff. Approach her while the attack is still fresh in her and her staff's mind.
Be smart out there, Captain.
And yes, I have given the music pluses. Einon Zur has been doing some great stuff, as usual. What? What? Oh, that sucks, Ross. I'm sorry. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. A game that is not good, having a really good soundtrack, is not exactly new territory. Mega Man X7, I remind you, got multiple positives to get to music. For the music. Just refilling my health, don't mind me. For those of you not aware, Mega Man X7 is, I believe, the third worst game we've reviewed currently. Could be fourth, I don't know. We've had some interesting games lately. This is all in-game music, yeah. I'm pretty sure Secret of the Stars did not get a music positive. Neither did Quest 64, while we're on the subject. I don't think it does, Loke, but I don't think it deserves a negative.
I got a new job for you, if you're up. So chalk this one up to a very fine... I'm thinking conversation.
So this is something Colgrim suggested. I accept your quest.
You are... Here's all the...
Okay, now.
One pirate's unfortunate demise logged. We're making space safer. This is great, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. So we actually just... I don't even know how or when, but we actually finished this guy's quest before we actually picked it up. So we just turned it in. So now...
This job is a bit of an unknown. A small company CEO suddenly disappeared,
okay.
defaulting on a very serious loan we gave her. No one knows if she embezzled the funds, is stranded somewhere, or heck, was kidnapped. And we have a lead on where she is. Please, please, please try and handle this delicately.
Why? She's a CEO.
I feel better already. Good luck.
Like, they don't even count as people.
Hell, dealing with you is the best part of my week.
So, I want to talk about my house.
Right. Small home in the Olympus system, right?
Uh-huh.
There's a balance on that property. Argos Extractors negotiated a very fine loan for you. There are weekly payments, but if you miss a payment, no big deal. It's a pay-as-you-go type of affair. But I think we'd all be happier if you dealt with the mortgage one way or the other.
Yeah, tell me my options here.
Certainly. So there are two ways to take care of a loan for good. One's easy. Just pay off the balance, then the house is yours, free and clear, and you are one very happy new homeowner. The other option, less ideal, is just walk away and we foreclose on the property.
Yeah, I'd like to pay off my house, please.
Everything is in order. Excellent. Let me be the first to congratulate you on owning your house fully. No more mortgage payments for you. I have to finalize the paperwork, but I wish you all the best.
So, for those of you who understand how extraordinarily extensive it is to close a mortgage on a house, even one that's paid off, that right there is the biggest sign that we're living in a fantasy world. Like, for those of you not aware of this, once you have successfully paid off a loan, it doesn't actually close the loan, as weird as that sounds. The loan still just sits there, and there's a whole process for actually closing that down. for reasons I don't even feel like getting into right now.
Technological leap.
Oh yeah, also, if you've ever thought about owning a house, congratulations, you're a generation older than I am. I'll be lucky to get an apartment.
You are a visitor? You'll find the ambassador.
It's good to be back at the embassy.
Terramorphs? As in more than one? All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Actually, yes.
Talk to the ambassador.
I was trying to. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment?
You seem like a lady who wants to stop terramorph attacks. Well, if I got a deal for you.
What are you? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said you were at the spaceport. You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives. Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives, some of the most highly guarded information in the galaxy, in order to protect us all. I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you, local hero, to futilely beg on their behalf. Tell me I've got that right.
I like how one of the options is to literally beg and say, please, please, pretty, pretty, please.
I was afraid of that. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. That information is there because it is dangerous. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, why don't you quit wasting my time and yours, and go?
You're serious. There was just an attack on the city and you're really not going to help us.
No, Captain, I'm not, and I'll tell you why. What you experienced down there at the spaceport, I've lived that once before already. Fought tooth and nail as aliens rampaged in the streets of my home and others all throughout the collective. But my aliens were placed there by UC hands. So I'm not interested in anyone getting power like that ever again. The UC most of all.
You realize we're both on the same side in this endeavor? That we both want to prevent that from happening?
You have my answer. Now please take the hint.
The game really wants me to do this persuade check. Alright, fine, whatever.
Really gonna push this?
Ah, screw it.
I guess you will.
Okay, well, let's blackmail her. Politics, am I right?
That woman is an absolute... Oh, sorry. Oh, what? You're the Vanguard captain, right? You know, I was about to board the Nat to the spaceport when the alarm triggered. Sounds like I got real lucky. And like I've got you to thank for things not being a lot uglier. Well, then you have my earnest thanks. But look, they said you were coming here on official business. The ambassador likes to handle all that personally.
No, I'm here on...
She does have trained diplomats here to help her. And I don't want to get shipped back to Aquila City, so you should probably go speak to her.
Listen, Cameron, can I call you Cameron? You're the best outfitted guy I've seen so far, because everyone's wearing this exact same stupid outfit, okay? And it sounds to me like someone who has, you know, an outfit like yours, which isn't the exact same outfit I've seen 30 times today alone, is the kind of guy who should be working with me instead.
You want to work with me?
Yeah.
Why don't we talk somewhere a bit more private?
Sure, sure. Hey, officer. I'm gonna murder you. In your face! Okay, he's not paying attention. Cool, cool. So. Aw, I can't steal the food. Damn it.
This building is Freestar sovereign territory. So in here, we're the law.
Yeah, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Could you... Don't worry. There's no listing devices in an embassy.
So you want me to work with you? But why now? Why me?
We're trying to prevent more terramorph attacks, and the ambassador's a dick.
No, I think that's a pretty safe assumption. And no other city should have to go through what happened here. So then, what would you need from me?
Dirt.
Okay, first you need her bio key, and that thing doesn't leave her side. Better chance of splitting the atom with a spoon than me getting that from her.
I don't know, Soups could probably pull that off. Alright, how about the archival access code?
Okay,
okay, how about the archival access code?
Okay,
What about the archival access code?
Okay,
Alright. How about access to her quarters?
Her quarters. Huh. Oh, that's doable. And you and the UC will be providing me with what for my services?
Money.
Oh, wait. I thought you were looking to hire me.
How about 8,000 credits?
That much, huh? Okay, no, okay, yeah. Okay, so there's a utility corridor that leads to the ambassador's quarters, which you can access through the main conference room. Here, the key. Whatever you do, don't let the guards see you entering or exiting the utility section, or you're gonna be in serious hot water. I'll keep an ear out for more instructions from the UC.
I haven't actually looked at the Freestar yet, so I'm not sure, Kevin. Like, other than poking into the town, briefly. Alright, time to kill everyone in here. No witnesses. No survivors. For the UC! Okay, I'm ready. Well, I'd never kill my adoring fan. Until we do end up eventually killing him, which you know is eventually going to be how that ends up. It's okay. I'm invisible. Cool. It's okay.
I'm literally following in your footsteps right now. It's so cool.
It's okay, stealth is working in this game, so we should be fine. Man, a stealth boy would go really well right now. Just pop one stealth boy. Run! This is just back where I was. Like, What's your name? Fan. Adoring fan. Oh yeah, Madam Web came out. I honestly haven't even tried it, Judo Joker, so I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sneaking anywhere. I'm not sneaking anywhere. Yeah, the worst possible thing I could say about Madame Web is that I haven't even heard about it. Madame Web is a Spider-Man character, and, not a great one. See you around, MZ. And thank you, Diabeepus, for the sub. Much appreciated as always. If you know what up to 3 things, please let me know. Someone killed the bot. The nicest thing I could personally say about Madame Web is I have no interest in her as a character. Make of that what you will. Now, that's mostly from the comics, and Spider-Man comics are an extraordinarily mixed bag, so shrug. I remember Blue Beetle, because Blue Beetle's cool. Unlike, you know, Madame Web.
Agent detected. Patching in playback.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Cameron!
Are you alright, Ambassador?
It seems the Council of Governors has rejected my appeal to join. Again, which means you and I are stuck in this colonial rat cage until we die. But I think we might need to. We should expedite the process.
What are you getting at, ma'am?
I mean, my requests keep being rejected because they don't want to add a C, right? But what if one opened up? The lies is hard in what it used to be. It's not like anyone would miss him.
Eva, I think it's time to get some sleep.
Just think about it. Maybe we can reach out to some experts at that sort of thing, huh?
Good night, Eva.
Okay, so now that we have blackmail material...
Is it true that you destroyed the Crimson Fleet with nothing but your bare hands and a sandwich? That you so wouldn't need
Lobo is a character I actually enjoy, specifically because he's not serious. But that is, of course, the problem with Lobo. Ow. Too many people have taken Lobo as if he's supposed to be a real character. He's not. Lobo is a parody character. Yeah, Lobo is like Deadpool. You don't actually take him seriously. You don't, include him in serious discussions or storytelling or versus counts or anything like that. He's a joke. Now, for the record, he is awesome because he is so ridiculous and stupid. But, again, parody character, right? Put it over here in the right category. BRPG Block, Dawn Trail, and Kingdom Hearts. You got it, Diabeepus. And hi, Wandering Doll. Sorry I didn't say hi. I have been... I suck. What do you want from me? No, Act. And I never will. Excuse me, ma'am.
Did I not make myself abundantly clear, Captain? You're not getting access to the archives.
I am aware of your plan to replace someone on the Council of Governors.
Excuse me? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have evidence.
No. If the Council found out, I'd lose my position. I'd be exiled. Look, I believe we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. The issue at hand is one of trust, no? So perhaps if I can trust you to keep this little secret between us, then maybe we can find a way to trust the UC with access to the archives.
Done.
Good. Good. I appreciate you working with me. Just like I'm sure our great powers will. In fact, I think there's an opportunity here. Keep both our factions happy and ensure an air of legitimacy to the whole proceeding. I can only let you get the information on the terramorphs. Anything else and people will get suspicious.
That's all I want.
All research will need to be monitored. Freestar scientific observers making sure everything's being used for the right purposes.
Okay.
But those 2 items should be enough to allay any suspicions.
You realize I was being legit, right?
Good. Good. Okay. Let's go get you your access.
Also bad voice acting, while we're on the subject. You're lucky that I'm not actually after money or power or anything like that. And I am, in fact, legit. Because otherwise, I would twist you into a goddamn knot, you wet piece of cardboard. Also, that's what her lips happen to be made out of, coincidentally enough. Wet cardboard. Good morning, Evo. We just blackmailed a corrupt diplomat in order to try and get her to allow us to gain access to information that we both needed and wanted in order to try and save people's lives from terramorph attacks. She is so mind-boggled by this fact that she is now currently struggling with the unique and alien concept of a staircase, because she is, in fact, a snake person in a human suit. Any questions? It's the legs. Snake people always have trouble with the legs. Red 13 had that issue. Snake people have that issue. Okay, so I keep waiting for this to reset properly. Okay. Scooch. 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 There we go. Okay, now reset. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. We'll have you pretending to be human in no time. Now, I don't want to cast any, disparaging remarks towards her incredibly human-like features. I don't know about you guys.
Tell me it should only take a moment.
But, I'm going to need about 10 minutes later thinking about her incredible lips.
There.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go.
Look at those beauties.
I hope that'll be enough.
Look at those lips. Oh, those lips. Oh. Okay. We're done. High scales of justice. How's your life going? Me, I used to have a voice people would call buttery smooth. People used to come from all across the 18 colonies just to hear me speak. But then I played Starfield. Now listen to me. Listen to me. This is what Starfield did to my voice. There's nothing left. There's nothing left to me. Well, you may or may not have noticed, Adam Ciuta, but every time we're in one of these city areas, I make it a specific point to not look at the game to avoid headaches. If that doesn't answer you, I don't know what will. The game, it was just too much. So here's the other embassy. Cool. Well, you see, Trihexia, what they do is... And there it is. I'm actually not sure if I do, Spartan. Not that I have time for something like that. Don't worry, don't worry. Elder Scrolls 6 will definitely be worse than this. I remind you, this is an embassy in the middle of the city. Just point it out. I was just thinking that, Loke. I mean, this, once again, this is a vault. It's just, that's where we're at.
This is so... Yes!
Where's the other one I just picked up? There it is. Take this thing.
Back to work, then.
A friend of mine made the joke that what probably happened is they, Skyrim had just come out, right? And then they pushed out Fallout 4. And then they sent out someone to gather feedback on what players wanted and liked out of both games. And then they wrote down the list of likes and dislikes, but due to a tragic accident, they flipped the columns. But it's like the writing advice I always used to get as a kid. Tell, don't show. I think they like snakes. Oh, it's just a vibe I'm getting. Skyrim's biggest positive to me? Probably the console, honestly. It's a really, really good console. Failing that, the mod system, the mod support and mod structure. Starfield's biggest positive? I believe that would be the shipbuilder at the moment. Let me check the document. No, it's the doodads. The doodads are really, really, really good. Yes, don't worry. I will release you, mysterious voice. I obey for the will of the serpent. I mean, the interior design of this game is bonkers good. It's kind of crazy how good it is. Excuse me, I'm kind of busy here. I mean, honestly, if this whole game was of the level of quality of the ambient storytelling, which is a combination of all the things I give, you know, visual storytelling, brickwork, and doodads, this would be a very, very legit game. Of course, it isn't. So it isn't. You know, damn it. Surely you can have a better voice, like, quality than this nonsense. It was a cube that happened to be apple flavored, is a better way to phrase that, Evo. They're called chunks. Okay, these might be a bit above that. Alright, hang on. Let's switch to a real gun. I don't remember what my real guns are at this point. Do I have any ammo for this thing right now? What are they made of? Do you really want to know?
Oh my god! I'm literally following in your footsteps.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us.
Excuse me. Let's put it down to 3.
You have my thanks, and my apologies for the ordeal you just endured. Come, let us discuss.
Yeah, they worship the Great Serpent. Even better.
Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such a beauty? Eh? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack, then the embassy was struck with a power surge, and then... silence. Has the rest of the city suffered quite so badly?
I'm sorry, did you call that thing a venom tree?
Harmless spores, you have my word, but hard to navigate. Hence why I was guiding you through the intercoms to restore the environmental controls. And release me. It is the sap of the tree that gives it its... well, perhaps not a topic for this exact moment. But I must know of the rest of the city. Does it still stand?
Yeah.
Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grace that brought you here at such an opportune moment. You were sent by the UC. That much is obvious. Who else could just waltz through my door, hmm? And the broadcast spoke of terramorphs at the Spaceport. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all I could provide is some enthused cheerleading and... an archive code. So the UC requires information, then. On terramorphs, presumably, hmm? Do I see this all clearly?
Yes, we need to understand and stop these attacks.
The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, I have a requirement. For years, House Veron has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hopes of shedding that legacy, with little success. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Veron's legacy is more than just carnage. The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends. Oh, you must assure me this will be used to save lives, not endanger them.
I promise I will not misuse the GEC.
Well, then I shall not fear. Please, follow me. Let's hope it still works. And there. Let it be used for good.
You know, I would believe that, Pilgrim. Think about... Let's put this into specific perspective. Think about if you were given a $200 million budget to make a video game. And yeah, I was just thinking that. I swear to God, if the frickin' serpent-worshipping zealots are the only sane people in the galaxy, then I'm stopping this truck right here. I think you're right, Colbert. In fact, I know you're right. With 99% certainty. Well, let's do a couple things here really quick, because this should have reset by now. Yep. So let's unload some of this crap. Let's get rid of that. Keep that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, he's out of money. Of course they're out of money. Why is that a thing?
See some of the ships we get landing here, like their owners, for decorating.
I mean, you know there's no reason to act. You know as well as I. Wait, is that the Pokemon one or the Nintendo one? Where's the... God dang it. Okay, I might watch the Nintendo one. There's no reason to watch the Pokemon one, though. Okay. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. You know it's not happening, Act. Don't even, you know, just let it go. Accept what is. You know, the biggest insult I could probably give to this game would be to find, like, figure out its golden number when we're done. And then to sit down and figure out the next nearest game in terms of golden number that's above it, and then figure out that game's budget. Just rub the salt in there, you know? Just squeeze some lemon juice in there while we're at it. Because, and I'm going to be really, really honest about this for a second, I don't really feel like being charitable anymore. Like, that part of my life is gone. We're done.
What? Oh, I'm lucky to still be here.
Just grab a couple of limes, you know?
If you have a news story for me, I'm very happy to pay your fee.
There was a big battle between SysDef and Crimson Fleet.
Of course you were. Why wouldn't you be? I swear you're either a trouble magnet or something.
Yeah, I'm the PC.
So, SysDef finally, and against all odds, really triumphed against the Crimson Fleet. In their own backyard, no less. How were you involved?
I was working undercover. I brought the fleet down from inside.
So what do you do for an encore? So, the Vigilants went toe-to-toe with everything the Crimson Fleet could throw at them. And somehow, almost miraculously, they captured the key. The key itself. I've confirmed that with many sources. Anything to add?
It took a coordinated effort of many people to make it succeed.
Oh, so the standard happy to be part of the team boilerplate. I can type that quote in my sleep. You have to feel good about how everything turned out. Commander Ikande is being hailed a hero. And SysDef's popularity is at an all-time high. Your thoughts?
Yeah.
The UC did kind of spawn this monster. And like you said, it might finally be dealt with. And that's all I need. You really do lead an extraordinary life. And as a, well, possibly embarrassing personal note, thank God for you.
Cool, I got another one for you.
You have another story for me?
Yeah, I was like 50 feet that way when this place was attacked.
Really? To say you have my undivided attention is an understatement. A lot of people were there. The accounts we've got were chaotic. What was your role in that?
I, with UC security, put down those killing machines.
Sounds like maybe you're being modest. Security isn't exactly trained for that scenario. But all right. The whole city is still on edge over the attack. We were fortunate, damn fortunate, that casualties were so low. What was it like in the thick of things?
Terrifying.
That makes what you did even more, well, amazing. It sounds like New Atlantis, heck, the whole UC, owes you a great debt. Any closing comments? I already have a good story here.
I will not rest until the threat is ended.
That makes me feel better. I feel like such a sap, but it does. Hey, Constellation, from all of us that live here, thanks.
You're welcome.
We use the word hero a lot in news, but you really are one.
keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you.
That's a fascinating question, Eva. One that's been asked many times. Outer Worlds was not a perfect game. As a reminder, it actually scored average, if you remember. A lot of that was because the gameplay of Outer Worlds would let it down quite a bit. But Outer Worlds was Fallout in space. The biggest problems that Outer Worlds usually made on the narrative axis were... God damn it, game. Were the fact that it was leaning a little bit too hard into the parody in several aspects. But having said that, it's worth noting that every now and again they would just kind of nail the banal corporate horror perfectly. In a way that I actually found very horrifying because I've worked in corporate America for quite a few years. And that was, I think, the most memorable and some of the best aspects of the game, narratively speaking. By contrast, this game hasn't even come close to the same level of impact, narratively speaking.
Excuse me?
Now, the gameplay of Outer Worlds was fairly basic. I think it was like a net +5 or something like that. That's about as vanilla as you can get. What's the net gameplay of this game right now?
Captain, you're back sooner than... Oh, wait. Did you actually succeed? With Radcliff? And Balmore. We're all in agreement.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I wasn't sure Radcliff would ever get on board.
Yeah, well.
I'm very much looking forward to getting the debrief on how precisely you managed to pull all this off, but that'll have to wait for another time. Regardless, superlative work, Captain.
Now, let's be very honest with ourselves. The gameplay of this game is not getting better. Let's just all admit that and accept that. But what really bothers me is it could. 16 is not an insurmountable thing to come back from. In fact, I could name very simply, all you would need is 16 relatively competent quests from a gameplay perspective. That's all it would take. That's all it would take is 16 quests that are worth a damn, gameplay-wise. Decent branching, decent design, maybe a good boss fight here or there, and a solid outro. That is, what I'm trying to say is 16 sounds pretty bad, and that's because it is, but it is still a surmountable obstacle. It is a surmountable problem. Real question. Do you think this game... You've got to be kidding me. Do you think I'm going to lose internet right as I'm asking this question? We need 16 times the quest. Oh my god. I might as well go do this while I'm at it. I was going to do that anyways. It was just a blip. It was just a blip. It was a blip. I actually do need AFK for a minute anyways. Because as a reminder, I'm still sick. But, for those of you who can hear this question, do you think this game... Now, I'll just push through it. Do you think this game can turn it around? Will, excuse me, not can. Will turn it around.
And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow them to the letter. Here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just on the other side of the plaza across from Mast. Absolute best behavior down there, all right?
Okay. Excuse me.
Hey,
in terms of the review, to be very clear, not about patching. I
Captain, can I help you?
don't believe... Yes, Act, I am aware of this. The suffering from success Helldivers 2 is having right now.
For a second there, I thought you were going to fly.
I don't believe that Bethesda...
Working at the office.
I'm trying to think how to phrase this properly. I don't think they realize there is a problem to be improved. And if I could say one thing, I do think that we on the internet have a little bit of a hyperbole problem. And if you understand the joke in what I just said, congratulations. And I think that there are worse companies and worse developers and worse publishers out there than Bethesda, even modern Bethesda. But I think one of the biggest things that I will always ding Bethesda for, and this has been true for several years now, is that they have a really hard time accepting loss. Something I've talked about many, many times when it comes to human psychology. We need to be willing to accept that we have failed at something to then improve upon it. We need to be willing to say, this is a mistake, or this is badly designed, or we have screwed up, in order to then do better. I don't think Bethesda as an overall entity, like I'm sure individuals do, but I don't think Bethesda as an overall entity is willing to look at Starfield and say, this game sucks and needs improvement. I don't think we'll see a Cyberpunk with this game. I don't think we'll see a No Man's Sky with this game. I don't think we'll see a Baldur's Gate 3 with this game, and I don't think we'll see a Final Fantasy XIV with this game. I would put money down right now, if I was a gambling man, that this game is going to just kind of be in this same general state, with maybe some bug fixes and polishing passes, 30 years from now. Baldur's Gate 3 has had multiple major overhauls and additional content added in, by the way. Oh, and I know some people would take hackles with me putting Baldur's Gate 3 alongside Starfield, and I get your point. But I kind of stand by that. Baldur's Gate 3 is certainly a very ambitious game, but I was not impressed with the state of the game at launch at all. It's still a game that scored very well because its core elements that it did very well, it did very well. But when the game launched, that game was a mess. I mean, I'm not even just talking about like basic bugs. I'm talking we skipped an entire character's story arc because of a bug mess. Yeah, exactly, Wandering Doll. Baldur's Gate 3 scored well when it launched, and it was still a mess. Imagine how well it would score now. And yeah, honestly, I know that Wandering Doll mentioned something, and this is actually related to something Kemek mentioned yesterday. The ambient storytelling, I just mentioned this, the ambient storytelling is the kind of thing that Bethesda is actually best at. Doodads, visuals, audio, atmosphere. For all of the flack that is thrown at, for example, Fallout 3 oozes atmosphere. Most of the failings of Fallout 3 on the narrative axis are due to some absolutely bonkers decisions with regards to the plot and a total misunderstanding of what world building is. But I still enjoyed playing that game on the narrative side of things because it was a great game to just go and soak in the different areas and the different side stories and just enjoy that aforementioned atmosphere, which is one of the better aspects of the game. And this has been true for most BRPGs, to be honest with you. Now, I honestly think that at some point they should admit that they have lost and stop trying to make RPGs. Or try to make straight-up rogue RPGs. Probably rogue progression RPGs, if I had to pick one specific thing. And just lean into it. Lean into that kind of dynamic, decide your own story, open worldy thing. If that's what they want to do. If that's what they're good at. They clearly haven't managed to actually make a good open-world game in quite some time. I would say the last time they really did that was in Fallout 3. Someone remind me when Fallout 3 came out, please. ...2008. Point made.
And after the UC Navy's defeat at the Battle of Cheyenne by the Freestar Collective's ragtag
Captain, we've been expecting you. Please approach the monitoring station and we will go over the rules. Welcome, Captain, to the Archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin.
Oh yeah, one last thing. One of the things... what about Oblivion, Pika? Oblivion was 06, I think. 06 or 04. Ignore the screaming chorus of the internet for a second. We, actual people, we can deal with bumps in the road, right? We can. Just about every major company, let's focus in on games. Every major game company out there has put out some stinkers, right? To use a specific example, Capcom put out Mega Man X7, but then, after that point, it put out Mega Man 11. Resident Evil, I guess 6? I actually haven't played that one. I was trying to think of one. What was the Resident Evil everyone says is bad? Because it wasn't 4. Anyways, there's a Resident Evil that everyone's bad, and then Resident Evil 7 came out, and was considered... Okay, so it was 6. And then Resident Evil 7 came out, and was considered a really, really good game. I just realized I just went with Capcom twice in a row, so forgive me. You know, Final Fantasy VIII is followed by Final Fantasy IX. This is an easy pattern to point to. It's normal, unfortunately, or otherwise, that there are bumps in the road of quality when it comes to franchises and when it comes to game developers. But that's the problem. Yeah, Square had FF14 and then FF14. CD Projekt Red had Witcher 2 and then Witcher 3. These are all good examples. If Starfield was a bump in the road, this would be kind of whatever, right? I guarantee you several people will be looking at this as like, wow, that sucks. Here's hoping Elder Scrolls 6 is better, right? Yes, Pika, absolutely. Oblivion came out before Fallout 3, Pika. That was my point. But the trend has been obvious for a minute now, hasn't it? Now, I know everyone disagrees on when exactly that trend has been started. It's actually something I've talked about. Everybody has an opinion on when exactly Bethesda's quality started going down. Some people say it was with Oblivion. Some people say it was with Fallout 3. Some people say it was with Skyrim. Some people say it was with Fallout 4. But the problem here is everybody agrees that there has been a trend. It's just when exactly that trend started. Starfield is not a bump. Starfield is another step down in a staircase, right? And I bring this up because if Starfield was a bump, I would be sitting here thinking, man, I hope they recover for Elder Scrolls 6. But instead what I'm thinking is, oh my god, Elder Scrolls 6 is going to suck so hard. You can't tell me that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be a good game. I don't believe you at this point in time. I mean, obviously, there's no such thing as total certainty. But I would not believe you if you told me that. Okay, so receptacle. Also, I haven't really acknowledged Meadfist's point yet, but I just got to emphasize that they have this whole archival facility on the capital world of one of the three major powers. The losing power, in fact. To maintain a neutral site. To maintain the super ultra archives that has the GEC. I mean, the magic data on board.
All codes verified. Unlock engaged. You may proceed, Captain.
I mean, you know me, Evo. I never want games to be bad. Right? But reality. ESO is actually a game I can put my finger up and say thumbs up. Even just the vanilla stuff, which I've been pretty negative about, is actually not that terrible. And I did legitimately enjoy the expansion stuff I poked at already. We'll get back to it some year. It's just low priority. So I agree with you on that point, Blade Jamal. I've often... So, okay, I'll go ahead and give my opinion right now. I think Oblivion is the best Bethesda game that they have made, my opinion. Note that I don't say BRPG, because there's a really good chance New Vegas is going to knock that right off the pedestal. But of the Bethesda games, I put Oblivion at the peak, and I've said before that I think it was because Oblivion was kind of a unique confluence. They brought on board a lot of new people for Oblivion. They actually got rid of several people from Morrowind. There was a kind of a transitionary thing going on. They had started really getting in good with the Xbox crew and Microsoft and had some legitimate interesting stuff going on there. Oblivion had worse writing than Morrowind. That's an opinion that can be had, absolutely. I'm not sure I agree with it, but I also haven't reviewed Morrowind, so I can't speak to something that specific. Yeah, and they also figured out their own frickin' engine. They actually had an engine which actually had physics, unlike Morrowind, which doesn't. In fact, Morrowind doesn't even properly have a z-axis calculator, which we've actually talked about before. So I look at Oblivion and I look at that, and I think it was I think it was kind of a Dragon Age Origins. I think it kind of lucked out on being as good as it is. I think it was a Star Wars. Nobody could have expected it to be as good as it was, and then bam, boom, awesome. I will say this, by the way. When you say Oblivion has worse writing than Morrowind, off the top of my head, I would disagree with that. But that's because I remember most of the quests in Morrowind, which are bad. Almost every single one of them involves go to place and kill thing or go to place and loot thing, and the writing for those is threadbare at best. Now you're probably thinking, that's not true, the MSQ is great. But what about the other quests? The other 90% of the content? Because when most people say that Morrowind has a better story than Oblivion, what they mean is that Morrowind has a better MSQ than Oblivion. Which is also something I don't agree with, by the way, but I'm pointing it out because there's more aspects of story than just the main plotline. My opinion. Now let's go get this stupid data, shall we? That's it? Okay, wow. The UI in Oblivion is actively bad, probably because it was designed for consoles. I will say the UI in Oblivion, in my opinion, is superior to, say, Skyrim's. But that's because Skyrim's UI is one of the worst PC UIs I've ever seen in my life. No joke, it is actively terrible. I look forward to reviewing Skyrim and constantly hating it. Because we won't be using mods to fix it. Yeah, Sky UI is one step away from being mandatory, I would say. And yeah, I can at least adjust to Oblivion's UI. The biggest problem with Oblivion's UI is that it really, really leans on the tab key. Almost everything is centered around tab being the main button you press in order to interact with the interface. Once you get used to that one little weird aspect of it, it fits a lot better. But Skyrim just doesn't have that going for it. Skyrim has mouse interactions that don't work properly. Skyrim has keypad interactions that similarly don't work properly. Like, Skyrim is just, ugh. I'm not even gonna talk about the equipment side of things. Holy crap. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic. I apologize.
Captain. Surprised to find out we're having visitors as we work.
Major Sinan and I were just discussing the merits of your planned interfactional cooperation. I think it's a great idea. Get them invested in the solution. Make it clear we've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure they'll be lovely house guests.
Now, Captain, if you wouldn't mind transferring the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing next steps.
Time for us to start getting some real answers. And figure out if we've been asking the right questions.
Are you gonna put on a uniform now that you're reinstated?
You're ready.
Whatever, let's go.
Acknowledged and accepted, Captain. So, with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Should even be able to house its own cadre of independent observers. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Do we have to? I'm already a citizen. I own a ship. I own a house. It's... God, I'm trying really hard not to be too negative about Batball here, but... it's like someone watched Starship Troopers and didn't understand the point that was being made about that.
Hey, no funny stuff with that boost pack. Got enough flight traffic as it is.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies?
Why are you treating this like it's a big deal? I'm sorry. Gaining access to buying a house has been a major component of these kind of games for a long time. I'm okay with that. But I object to the specifics, because you'll notice that's not what they're saying or doing. They're like, you're going to become a citizen. You're getting all the benefits of citizenry. And it's like, yeah, okay, that's great. You're stupid. I'm sorry. I realize I'm coming across as petty here, but this is stupid. I get it. I get access to the house. I can buy property here. Here's the person to talk to in order to buy the house in Coral. I get that. I'm sorry. I'm going to channel Evo for a moment and just apologize for everything. I'm sorry for breathing. I'm sorry for having an immune system.
Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so I'll give you the short version. Please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen?
Yes.
Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person is in a sensitive position. Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing with the terramorphs. And they've stated they'll only share it with you. They asked for you by name. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence.
It's V Victus.
No one.
It's V Victus.
Can you agree to these terms?
They didn't execute him. They faked the execution.
Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
Yeah, I was about to say, do we have the right to vote now? If you're going to tax me, I better get some representation out of this. No taxation without representation. It's getting price. I will say that Starfield and Bethesda in general absolutely falls into the trap that almost every AAA developer has for the better part of the last decade, which is the bigger and wider, open-worldy, gigantic 70 billion hour game thing equals good mentality, which is nonsense and stupid.
Authorized entry, unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor.
And you'll forgive me for just kind of glossing over that particular sentence, because there's actually a lot to unpack there. But I've talked so much and so often about how much of a plague this is on game design for years, but forgive me for not repeating myself.
Yes, your immaculateness. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I love playing a 200-hour game, if it's good. Or 200 hours. You know what I hate? Playing a 200-hour game that's good for about 40.
Come down and approach the intercom.
Oh my god, it's the evil one. Nice prison, gotta be honest.
President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get, which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am?
Yeah, if he just looked exactly like Hadrian, this would actually be a nice moment, as Meat Fist points out.
There's a reason for that. Introductions first, though. I'm Francois Sanon.
Yeah, that's great, but you took that away from me, game, because I figured that out immediately, and then you gave me 5 dialogue options, none of which allowed me to correctly guess the thing that I, the player, had already figured out. If you're gonna try to be clever about your twist, at least let the player have that moment of satisfaction of feeling like they got it, rather than treating your player like they're an idiot and demanding that you tell it to them, even when they already have.
But most know me as V Victus. I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes. But the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here.
Let me repeat everything you already know about me, just so we can cover that information again.
A sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies.
My god, the UC has been lying all this time. Oh my god, that's Hadrian's last name. We know she's a clone. She told us that. In a mandatory cutscene, not an optional one. So what are you in for?
To warrant my execution. The official charges I faced after the war were twofold. The first was the destruction of civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne. A battle during which those civilian ships were actively attacking my fleet. The other was ordering the bombing of the Londinion Spaceport to halt the spread of the terramorph outbreak there. The city and its citizens were lost, but countless others likely saved. And for doing what was right, I was put on trial. And my life irrevocably changed.
My god, so, okay. Whatever, let's point out the extremely obvious.
Very astute. That's my daughter. My progeny. You've been working alongside. Has she shared with you the nature of our little family?
I'm going to stab you so hard.
never did succeed in driving that out of her. Our relationship has always been a challenging one. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do.
I sincerely doubt that.
After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the colony war. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something dealt with.
Go on.
There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colony's more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the colony war ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued to peddle his skills to the highest bidder to this day. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him, however you're able. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know.
So first of all, what animations am I ignoring here exactly, Luke? Because there aren't any. But second of all, yeah, I've stopped watching the animations literal days ago. Why not hand this to one of your recovery teams?
Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps down the line, you might become a part of our team. And this might be something of a tryout.
I hate you. How do I know you're not sending me after an innocent person?
Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose end at long last. Though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing me for a simple cutthroat.
Okay, I have a better question. Why are you wearing the same exact outfit everybody else is?
You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship and be done with it.
Happy Tuesday, TSD. Fine, I'll do it.
If that's what you require to sleep at night, so be it. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria, Wolf System. There's a star station in the vicinity, the Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Captain Marquez, should be able to help you find our man.
Cool. That's awesome. I like everything about what's happening here. Oh, sorry, Colgrim. Sorry, hang on. Oh, god damn it, this is before the dialogue. Yeah, this dude's prison looks better than anywhere I've ever lived.
Authorized entry, unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor.
I blame you for this, Colgrim. I blame you!
Welcome, Captain. Please, come down and approach the intercom.
What? Oh.
You and I should chat.
Sure thing. Let's chat. Look around his place for a second. Nice little setup, honestly. Yeah, this kitchen is bigger than my home. Well, my living space might be a better way to put that. Yeah, I figured. He's a kid. So, in the off chance you haven't heard me talk about this yet, there's actually a super essential flag. They invented it for Skyrim, but they hardly ever use it. The super essential flag is when they just ignore combat. Combat does not exist for them at all. So, attacks quite literally just go right through them. It's hard to see there, but trust me when I say he's just completely ignoring it. You can see we're actually causing damage on the other side of him, right? So I usually call it the kid flag because they use this for the kids in Skyrim. So they're not even essential. They don't exist as far as the game's combat engine is concerned. We have already encountered several NPCs that are super essential in this game, and it's really starting to bother me how often it keeps cropping up. Excuse me, I'm gonna go. Oh, I'll just talk to you here. What's up?
President Abeyo was kind enough to give me it, but now you face, which is why I hope. I'm what most know. I was an act, but the previous a sacrifice, even my which an effort though I am. Has she shit? Our relation. The Major was but the universe, and I think. After so long, helping them get, with quite a few, the names, and I'll tell you. There is a form, like myself, if it dealt, when the colony, but I'm not expecting, bring me evidence. Good. According to mine, there is a stuff.
I don't remember if they used the super essential flag involved here. I really don't. It's been a while. The forced pacifist mode is not quite what I'm talking about, though. Where you just can't have your weapon out or where you can't shoot at someone. That's different. The super essential flag is just frustrating. It's the worst form of taking control of the game away from the player. Because it lets you have your gun and it lets you shoot at the target and it lets you see the bullets or lasers or whatever go out of your gun to the target, but nothing happens. It is a form of lack of feedback, a terrible form of it.
Looking to lodge a complaint? Then you want UC security, not the Vanguard.
Yeah, I'm with Vanguard. Super Ed Ultra.
Oh, apologies, Captain. Didn't recognize you without the uniform. So, what can I do for you?
Yeah, sorry, I'm in, my armor. I'm looking for Reginald Orlays.
Orlays? Doesn't ring a bell. Anything you can tell me about him?
Former UC scientist, wanted for war crimes.
Seriously? Out here? Surprised they didn't send out a general notice he's in town. Though, I guess there's less a chance he bolts if they keep it hush. But I expect we would have heard something... Wait... The Warlock! There's been rumor of a ship out there for years now. Doesn't respond to hails, never docks. More than a few amateur investigators have tried to find it. and at least 2 never came back. Aetherius debris fields are plenty dangerous if you're not used to flying in them. But if you're suggesting it might not have been the fields that got them, well, I can give you the coordinates of the Warlock's last sighting. Can't think of a better spot your Orlays might be hiding.
Appreciate you.
Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Go get your man.
I mean, A, that's what the essential flag is for, Reggie. But B, and arguably more importantly, just, as I've already said, just pull the Morrowind trick, right? Just do the actual Morrowind thing. Ah, you killed someone, the quests are gone. FYI. If you're going to give your player freedom to attack NPCs, you need to do it. Funny little anecdote, actually, while we're on that subject. Even Fallout 3 had a surprisingly large number of you can go ahead and kill this NPC and still progress the quest things. Usually it was only one step. Usually it was only like you could kill this essential NPC, but then you could still do the quest by looting an item off them, that kind of a thing. But it was still something they could do. So what the hell?
Endless boy, who is this you've brought me? More scrap for the field. Savor your last moments, moat. All systems. Shoot them down.
Yeah, let's see if the vendors refilled their stock of money. Nope.
Anything I can help you with?
Cool. I mean, that's probably my fault, Wondering Doll. I have 4 particle cannons on my ship.
You'll be scanned as you enter the city. Please.
So, you know, death. I don't care that much, Sub-Zero. I'll just check as we go by. I only have a few more things to sell anyways. Well, it's funny you say that, Reggie, because I don't mind a game that's actually tunneled. But that's my point, isn't it? I don't mind a game that's actually tunneled. I don't mind a linear game. I like Final Fantasy, for God's sakes. Yeah, sure, Meatfist, what happens?
You're looking splendid today, Captain.
Really? You're not going to let me... He kills himself instantly. Wow. Oh, haha, coal room. Yeah, I've kind of walked away from the ship builder at this point, honestly. Although, where are we at with that anyways? Yep. We need to kill 23 more ships before we can do a Class B ship. And we need to kill a lot more people.
Welcome back, Captain. Do you have some news for me regarding Dr. Olays?
Yeah, he killed himself instantly.
So he didn't come quietly then, as I suspected. I presume you have evidence of this.
Yeah, here you go.
Excellent. Please, deposit it in the transfer system.
You'll have to.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. Except for one. That one you'll need to collect yourself. His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering the battlefield there. The area was ground zero for xeno-weapon deployments during the war, so I would arm yourself appropriately. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to overcome.
I'm sorry. You know what? I don't care. Can I go?
Of course. We're protecting the galaxy, Captain. We'll need every tool at our disposal.
No, I know what you mean, Reggie. That's why I agreed with you. I said it weird. That's my fault. Like, Final Fantasy games, to go back to the example I just used, don't try to be like, you know, it's an open world that you can do thousands of things with and multiple options for quests, and then restrict you. They're Final Fantasy games. They are linear by nature and default. Really? Okay. Where is this taking me? So yeah, that's gross. Having something where it's like, here's an open world you can traverse.
Suit isn't leaking. Oh, that would be so embarrassing.
But no, actually, it's just, you have to do this quest in this exact way. If you try to do anything else, you're screwed. Like, we actually already saw that during the Red Crimson Fleet chain with Mr. I'm totally trying to be a big badass gangster dude who had the kid flag. And he's just sitting there like, hey, what's up? Yeah, exactly, Wandering Doll.
Hello. Captain, welcome back.
I don't know, like a week, Evo.
You've been gone so long. So how's it feel to be a citizen?
Completely unchanged.
To each their own. Still remember my ceremony. 19 years old, standing on the front deck of Mast, looking over the city. One of the proudest days of my life. But it is real good to have you here again. We've been going through the terramorph data and, well, we're gonna need all the help we can get. These logs, they're even more thorough than I remembered. Genetic workups, population statistics, hell, even their food chain. I'd completely forgotten, for example, that there was a creature that actually ate terramorphs. At this point, the data's given us more options to explore than we have people to work on them.
Yeah, I found your research team.
That'd be something, wouldn't... I'm sorry, are you? You're serious?
Yeah.
You found our research team?
Uh-huh.
That's incredible. That accelerates everything. With them back, it'll let us... Wait. Kaiser. Did you find Kaiser?
He's my next step, but I need your help.
That's right. You would need that. Whoever gave you these leads sure knew their stuff. Oh, how? How exactly did you manage to find them?
Yeah, so it was your dad.
That's not funny. Seriously, how'd you find them?
It's your dad.
No. That's insane. He died. They executed him. They faked his death?
Yeah.
My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what? An advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive?
He's actually the president. We've been taking his orders the whole time. The previous cabinet thought he was too useful to get rid of.
I'm sure they did. They invested so much in him over the years. Even grew him an entire family he didn't want. I guess it makes sense though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without V Victus in command. Why would they get rid of him? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited.
I know he's charming in kind of a creepy serial killer kind of a way.
Same mistake the UC made. Ignoring all the red flags.
Did you ignore the creepy serial killer comment I just made?
Because the UC, they did a lot of terrible things for that man. But even knowing they did, knowing that they kept him alive all this time, you know what I feel right now? It's hope. I had no one when I was outside the UC. No Red Devils, no family. But that old world, where I was no one and my father mattered, that's gone. Thanks to what you and I have done, I have a place again. A purpose. But it's finally one I can be proud of. You and I, we're getting to change what the UC stands for. So I don't care if V Victus is alive or dead. He can rot for all I care. We're the ones who are making the settled systems and the UC better.
I just had a really terrible thought. I hope I'm wrong here. Because we've only done one primary quest chain so far, the Crimson Fleet. But the Crimson Fleet quest arc ended in a really kind of dumb binary choice. You choose to back the fleet, or you choose to back the Vanguard, right? You remember that? So if you were to make a really big binary choice of who to back in this quest chain, who do you think your options would be?
I refuse to let that man define my entire life. Not anymore. Because there's nothing we can do about past choices. What we can do is try and make the right ones now. So, let's get back to the business at hand. Now, my father just handing over the information on the research team and Kaiser out of the clear blue, I can't say I trust it. But if he has something to gain from helping us prevent terramorph attacks, I'm not seeing it. So while you'll absolutely want to be cautious, what would you think about trying to bring back Kaiser?
Well, since it's literally the only way to progress.
I think it's the right call. But if Kaiser has been out wandering on his own for all this time, you're gonna need a couple things.
You know, I could see that too, Archival. But no, it's going to be between her and him. It's the two faces that they have established over and over throughout the course of this arc. Just like it was between Delgado and I don't even remember his name. Back during the Crimson Fleet arc. You know, pro tip, Bethesda. You suck at writing politics. Quit trying to. Let Obsidian write that. They're better at it than you.
Here, Kaiser schematics. Actuators, weapons, batteries. That old robot's been MIA for a while, so chances are he's gonna need some repairs. He's also got a lock on his voice controls. You can give yourself authorization with the phrase, Nos belli machinis. Now, where exactly is the old machine?
Some place called Nira.
A battlefield? On Nira? Ugh, sheesh. No wonder no one's found him. That sector of Nira was destination #1 for xenoweapons during the war. Add to that general environmental devastation and the kind of lawlessness that comes with any Freestar world, and that planet's got more than enough ways to make a visit your last. But I think there's a place where you can start your search. Yep. One-of-a-kind salvage. Licensed to an Angelo Alonso. Goes by Gel. As good a place to start as any.
All right, I'm out. Peace.
And I'll make sure we're ready to put him to use as soon as you've got him.
Yeah, there was a question to be like, why do we care about him? But I know this game. It's just going to be like, he's mandatory. But what? He's mandatory. You're not listening. We need him. Need. It's like a board game, right? In order to open this kind of a lock, you need this kind of a token. Why? Well, because that's the kind of token that opens that lock. Duh.
Wearing a spacesuit, especially in places where it keeps me alive.
Right. Yeah, because the GM said so. Speaking as a firm proponent of Rule 1, or 2, excuse me. Really? What? Where the hell? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a helicopter that will immediately kill you.
Hey! New model on the floor. Welcome to the one-of-a-kind. Refuge and rest home for the hardest scrappers anywhere. Name's Jill. Proprietor.
Howdy. Pleasure to meet you. My name's Lore Runner.
So formal. The pleasure's all mine, my good man. Angelo Alonso, at your service. You can call me Jill. Can I get you started on a tab, then? Or you here to try and make your fortune in the fields? I'm happy to take your credits however you want to hike them over.
I'm not going to have sex with you.
Kaiser? No bot around here with that tag. Oh, unless you mean Captain Ahab? At least, that's what we've all been calling him. No clue what his actual designation is, since he's got some sort of security protocol that prevents inquiries and general chit-chat. But he's a combat bot, right? Yeah, that machine's been out there a while now, hunting this one siren, his white whale. But it's been a while since anyone's laid eyes on Captain Ahab, though. Maybe he finally got the thing. Or it got him.
Cool. I must have misspoken. Not Ahab, Kaiser. What is that dialogue option? Anyways, yes, that's him.
Well, all right. So, sounds like you've got two options. You can wander around out there, hunting your bot, little old white whale of your very own. Maybe you find him. Maybe you get yourself killed. But knowing this rock is part of what we do here. So if you want to find him a whole lot faster, I'll sell you what I know about this. Kaiser's location. Going rate's a little steep, but I'm willing to negotiate.
1,000 credits? That's it? Dude, I've been swimming in 6 digits for a while now.
Pleasure doing business with you. So, last anyone heard of him, he was out near the Syracuse.
Like, I own a house.
Shipwreck about a quarter click down the main strip.
And a ship.
One of my roughnecks said he heard some kind of beacon. Just keep your ears open. You should find your machine. Eyes open, too. Sirens and ecliptic out there, and neither takes prisoners. Oh, and corpse retrieval is not included in this transaction, so now you know. Give Ahab a Kaiser our best.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, no mortgage. I paid it off. In full. In cash. To quote, I'm a little gold rich right now, so...
Biological contaminant detected. Destroy. Infestation. Biological contamination eliminated. Password required. Voice controls unlocked. Attempting to resume. Attempting to. Error. Power level insufficient. Battery required. Type microcell. Inquire at salvage yard.
I want you to know that I hate you. On like a deep and personal level. Also, this is, I believe, the 3rd time now today that the game has teased me with awesome giant mechas that we do not have because they couldn't get them working. And I don't want to sound negative, but maybe you couldn't get your giant mechas working because you're using this terrible old-ass engine. Just a thought.
What can I do for you?
I need a microcell.
Ah, so that's where your machine's been. Ran out of juice. Heat leeches, wasn't it? Those little stowaways are everywhere on this rock. Suck the power out of a pen light if you let them. But a microcell, that's military-grade tech. I think we might have one, but I can promise you, it's not going to be cheap. You could probably Frankenstein one together using our fabrication system here, but only if you had some quality schematics. So, I just brace for a little sticker shock. Here's what I've got.
$12,000. Done. Look at it. Look at it. Ugh. By the way, I've noticed something really stupid. I'm sure that speedrunners abuse the crap out of this. You notice we go sprinting speed if we're jumping, but we don't lose stamina. In fact, we actually regain stamina while we're jumping. Have you noticed that? I noticed that earlier, I just forgot to call it out.
Battery accepted. Operational power levels restored. Analyzing. Residual damage detected. Impact shielding. Visual systems. Damage within acceptable limits. Thank you for your aid. I must resume my mission. Please step aside.
Yeah, your mission just got superseded. Major Henry N. Sannon wants you back.
Major Sanon will have to wait. I cannot leave my mission.
Actually, people are speedrunning this game.
Previous attempts to disarm the weapon have been unsuccessful. Additional support may allow me to complete my active mission more quickly, allowing me to leave this place.
The current record for running this game, new game, any percent, is 31 minutes and 43 seconds. Kaiser, the galaxy is at risk. That takes precedent over whatever your current mission is.
Request denied. My current mission requires completion. Will you provide support? You hesitate. This location is suboptimal for that behavior. Was my language system also damaged? System appears nominal. Excellent. We must disarm Unit XW-99. Designation Siren. Nearest final xeno-weapon. Are you ready to proceed to the mission site?
Here we go.
Follow me.
Oh my god, the aliens are just sitting there in the air.
Attention. Possible threat in area. It will take more than that.
lost sight of them. Do you think they put on
Contact found. Engaging. Kill protocols active.
Thank you, Narset, for the sub. Always appreciate.
Destroying target.
I got it down for Dungeon Siege 2, Persona 3R, and Heaven's Vault. Hello, Zion Druid. Can we go? Please? You know, it really makes me sad. This is still the best quest chain in the game so far. I think my favorite thing is I love how dark it is. That's what I love about video games, is when I can't see what the hell I'm doing.
Lethal countermeasures.
When the entire game is kind of covered in this wonderful piss filter. It's not even just the lighting. I call it lighting, but what we're seeing is a confluence of at least 4 things here. There's obviously the lights themselves, but then there's the cutoff for the lights. In other words, how much bleed there is from the lights. So there's the lights, there's the bleed from the lights. Then there's like the fog, which they have been overdoing the fog this entire game. And then there's the color palette. All of these things make the whole game look, well, like this. And if I could say very, very clearly, and I want to make this very clear that I am not speaking hyperbolically, despite the variance in quality of texture resolution, Oblivion looks better than this game does. I should know, I played it just a couple of days ago. Not sure about the other ones. I haven't played those. Fallout 4 looks way better than this game, actually. While we're on the subject.
Unit 99. But there is a complication. Unit 99 is on the other side of that reach.
Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Go kill. Got it. See, I wasn't willing to say about Fallout 3 because I haven't played Fallout 3 recently, so that's memory, right? I don't like to speak about stuff like that when it comes to vague memories. But I played Oblivion 2 days ago. Okay, found the mercenary base. Now what? Hey, what's up? Sup, and you're dead. Let's see what else we got here. Nope, doesn't fight.
Let's go. Moving in.
The Adoring Fan is just tanking this thing right now. Just mining some enemies, don't mind me.
Fragile bow.
Taking damage.
Yeah, Fallout 3 has that green filter. It was one of the very first mods I ever installed for that game. I think it was actually the first. Well, 2 reasons, Evo. One, he's actually the only non-randomized guy I have access to at the moment, so...
Oh no. This is nothing like the movie.
Option 2, he's legitimately amusing. And option 3, he actually has surprisingly decent stats. Yeah, he's actually a pretty decent companion. Oh yeah, we did just pick up a gun. We're trying to level it up, Inamisha, so it'll actually be worth a damn, so we'll have a gun that doesn't rely on ammo, because ammo has already pissed me off to the point where we've already given it a negative.
Your service is now complete. Unit 99. Mine, however, continues. Our work here is finished. Now, what is this mission you spoke of? Major Sanan is involved?
I believe just the one right now, Grace and 7. We need to kill like 20-ish more things before we can get the next point. Anyways, let's go.
A plague.
Yeah, I don't care. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Please, let's go. Let me double check where we're at with that. Because yeah, I'm not just screwing around. I'm legitimately trying to level this stupid thing to make it worthwhile. Because again, I want a no ammo weapon. I'm not impressed with the melee in this game. So there, we need 21 to get the next point right there. Let me check something really quick here. Okay, yeah. So the thing that really makes the cutter bill, and Gray N7 just said this in chat, so forgive me, is that thing right there, rank 4, because that is apparently a stacking thing. So yeah, that's our goal. Get to that point. Clearly, we need to go do some procedural fights to just kill a bunch of people. The outpost mechanic. Oh God. No, you're right. We should give negatives to the outpost mechanic. And then more negatives to it. And then more negatives. Nothing but negatives. Infinite negatives. I'm going to say 1+ to the outpost mechanic. The gameplay. Hang on. I thought I already wrote that down, actually. Oh. I put it there. We'll put it here then. Yeah, that is essentially a plus for the fact that the outpost mechanic exists, and it's there and it's decent, it's whatever. It lacks any of the supporting structure necessary to give it any additional positives, though. Like, for example, I could imagine Fallout 4 getting more than one positive. Shut up! More than one positive for the outpost mechanic because of the interlinking trade system and, like, the variance between the different outpost areas you can actually take, and how they can each specify in certain things. You can set up your defenses, and there's attacks that can happen, and the caravan system, and there's other mechanics there, right, that really make the outpost thing kind of fun to do, even though it's ultimately just for its own sake. It's not the best system in the world, I'm not going to lie to you, but I had plenty of fun with Fallout 4's outpost system, as I showed the last time we streamed it.
I will meet you inside the facility.
You know, another settlement needs your help, jokes aside. But thank you for pointing that out, Sub-Zero. I actually thought I'd already given that positive, and I clearly had not.
I can't believe it.
Major Sanon, Dr. Walker.
You're in better shape than I expected, Kaiser. Shouldn't take us long to get you back up to full fighting capacity.
This is good to hear. I was told there was a new threat on the horizon. I wish to learn more.
Well, just click here.
Plus, get you dressed for the occasion.
Occasion? Where are we going?
Londinion.
Londinion, Doctor. I will require additional armaments.
That's the plan. Come on.
Captain, you're with me. Time to walk you through what we came up with. So
Okay.
The problem we're up against is vast. Terramorphs, they can be anywhere. Meaning us finding and disposing of them ourselves isn't an option. But what if we could let something else do the work for us? Come on. I'll walk you through what we're thinking.
Yeah, it's a concept called automation. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's this brand new technique we just came up with.
You remember that creature we talked about before you went to Nira? The thing that eats terramorphs, the Asyles?
Yeah.
Apparently, they were bloodhounds for terramorphs. But when the UC ran low on synthetic foods during the Colony War, the Asyles were chosen to fill in the gaps. We thought they were harvested to extinction. But in the data, the research team found the location of a few remaining specimens. As you can see, what we're proposing is bringing them back. We'd breed populations of them, distribute them to human worlds, and then let nature take its course. Using a method that thousands of years of adaptation have already perfected. We could speed up their breeding process using some of the same technologies that were used to create me. We even think that...
Stop. Are you seriously bringing in... What's the old analogy? Are you seriously bringing in the snake to deal with, the wombat or whatever? Like, you... Is that where we're at? Is that our big plan? Is that how we're going to deal with the terramorph threat? Is we're going to release a bunch of snakes in the colony? See you around, Juke Boss. Have a good one. They don't harm humans. Sure, yeah, that's not how anything works. You introduce a new animal, and this is a new animal into multiple different types of biomes across multiple planets in order to try and deal with a environmental problem. Okay, real life pigs. I enough said, right? Just real life pigs. I was actually with this chain. I was thinking, okay, we're gonna find some kind of bioagent to deal with it. Like that's, we need all this research, right? They kept emphasizing the goddamn research. We had 2 entire quest arcs to go through this stupid thing to find the necessary data to fight these things. I figured we were trying to find really, really specific genetic coding stuff to bioweapon them into death. To kill them and nothing else. Or maybe to poison the atmosphere or something. Instead of, oh yeah, we found this dude here, and we're just going to release a new creature out into the... I'm just... Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes, Ryan Kukiro. Every single one of them stares into our soul.
With some time and investigation, we could use the Asyles' hunting skills to track down the terramorph transmission method at long last. Find out how humanity spread them and put an end to the terramorph problem definitively.
Yeah, there's no such thing as an invasive species. That doesn't exist. You're an idiot.
I really think it could. Now, there is another option for removing the terramorphs from our worlds. It's faster, maybe even more efficient, but riskier. A microbe. Something we could aerosolize, let spread, and have it clean up anything with terramorph DNA for us, which would include morphs, and we expect their transmission method. It'd still take time to build, test, and distribute, but no other method could hold a candle to it when it comes to sheer efficiency. Not even the Asylees.
I mean, in all honesty, both these plans kind of suck, if we're being honest with ourselves. What's the risk of the microbe?
Percival assures me that they're minimal. He'll be able to encode safeguards against mutation in the agent's genetics, that they stick to the task of cleaning up terramorphs. But the microscopic world has a tendency to behave in ways you can't always predict. So to say there's zero risk would be a lie.
Yeah, we've got this brand new thing we're going to use to get rid of the terramorphs. We'll call it, and it's a virus designed to get rid of the terramorphs. So we're going to call it the T virus.
Well, so that's tricky. Both plans are going to take major investments in time and resources. We're talking years of work, not to mention some highly specialized materials. Terramorph cell lines we can breed quickly and consistently to test on. Asylees gene samples we can use to rebuild their bloodlines. Or sharpen our microbes' tracking skills. Not the sort of things any labs just got lying around.
Hey, anybody in chat, real quick question. This is a real question. I'm kind of being facetious, but for real. Because see, here's the thing. What I didn't say was the other half of my sentence, which was the moment the game was going to tell me we're going to drop a bioweapon on these people, was the moment I was going to call bullcrap. Because, can anyone in chat tell me what a plague is? Now, there's actually several requirements for what a plague is. But there's one thing we could point to almost every plague and say that's actually what a plague like defines one. No, if it was a disease that spreads quickly, colds would qualify. So would the flu. Nah, see, I'm just going to skip ahead here. I was actually curious if anybody knew where I was going with this. See, the big defining feature of a plague can usually be zoomed in on... God, I can't talk right. Can usually be defined as a species hopper. Viruses don't benefit from killing off their hosts. But plagues kill off their hosts because they don't think they're inside a human being. They're not designed to kill off their hosts. But we are not their hosts. So when a virus, a major disease manages to jump species, that's when plagues start. There's actually a lot that goes into this. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but it's kind of fascinating because for something to really be a legitimate plague, it does have to have several requirements. If it kills off too quickly, then and they're dead, and the virus dies out. And if it doesn't spread in the proper manner, then people will get too immune to it too quickly. Generally speaking, people also tend to just kind of, either successfully fight off or not a plague, and you get the one shot and then you're good kind of a deal, right? But the reason I'm bringing all this crap up, yeah, exactly, literal, is because you are talking about inventing a plague. Because remember, the odds of a virus or a disease bouncing species is extraordinarily low. Keeping in mind how much time and effort and work it took for that to happen in real life, even for people who lived and breathed in the same environment as animals or bugs or whatever else it was they were doing. It doesn't just happen, right? It's still an extraordinarily, microscopically minuscule chance for that to actually then successfully adapt to the new host, to species hop. But once it does, not if, once it does, And that is exactly what I was going to go off about here, is the idea that these people are trying to engineer a plague. Hi, Giga Pudding. And that's also true, Loke. You're telling me the two options here are invasive species, which is extremely stupid, or engineering a new plague. Is this our choice? Is this where we're at with this?
But we think we found a lead. One place in the known galaxy where we know we should be able to find all the materials we need. All paths lead to Londinion.
I mean, you've been talking up the entire quest chain, so yeah, let's go.
Exactly what I was hoping to hear. Now, the UC has a small operating base on Londinion's outskirts. We're cleared for access, but we'll need to check in with the base commander, Sarah Hatum, when we touch down. I'm gonna help Percival and Kaiser prep, but once that's done, we'll rendezvous with you there. But you need to know, Londinion, it belongs to the terramorphs. They'll have anti-Xeno gear for us at the base, but...
What do they live off of?
Got your favorite arms on hand.
What choice am I going with? Well, it's actually funny you say that, Luke, because these are both terrible choices. And normally in video games, when I get two terrible choices, that's when I bring out the coin. But first, I do want to say thank you very much, Ray and Kokiro, for the sub. Always appreciate. If you want to put that towards up to 3 future streams, please let me know. So, let me write down some stuff here really quick. Sorry. Will this actually affect the rest of the game? Sincerely doubt it. Of course they are easel games. Why wouldn't they? Oh my god. So here's what I'm expecting to happen. The good character... You're kidding, Meatfist. The good character, which is the Major, will probably back one of the solutions. The evil character, which is the Admiral, will probably back the other one. And that will tell me which one of these is the good option. Because that way I don't have to think and actually apply any intellect or morality or anything like that. I could just say, oh, well, that one, obviously. That's what I'm expecting to happen. Although, apparently,
howdy,
all our companions, who are all good people, of course, all back the microbe.
Oh, this goddamn planet.
What?
You romanticize a place when you're away from it for long enough, but I forgot what a dust-crusted pit Mars can be. Now you, what do you need?
Supplies.
You project personnel? Supplies are for project personnel only.
I'm project personnel.
Oh, that's you then. I was informed we might be working together. Don't much care for Vanguard. But sounds like you two really got into the thick of it back in New Atlantis. My sister's kids live in the city. So, thank you for what you did there.
You're welcome. I hope your family's alright.
Yeah, they both came through okay. One science division, other's an artist. Effectively useless human beings that would have had no reason to be anywhere near the fighting. Still, would hate to see anything happen to them. Now, what was it you needed?
You know, that's actually worse, Radentorov.
I'll handle the paper.
If they actually randomize the companions' reactions to things. Oh my god. Okay. I get rid of that thing. Get rid of that thing. Get rid of these things. And yes, that is called Grand Space Helmet. It's the best armor I've found so far. So, Ina Misho actually asks a really good question. And in fact, you've probably already guessed where I'm going with this. If I was writing this, I'd probably make it so you have two bad options. Because you're right, the situation they've engineered doesn't really have what you'd call a good option. No, I didn't read Kukira. I'm apparently blind. There it is. Excuse me. Plague, Tail, Requiem, I can type. And FF14 Dawn Trail. You got it. Thank you again very much for your support. So the situation they have engineered is a no-win scenario, right? They've made a situation where everything sucks, everything's awful, and you're doomed forever. So how do you deal with them? So you pick your poison. Do you have an invasive species? Or do you have a plague in the works? Because it's totally going to be a plague. I don't care what they say. It may not be a plague during the course of the game, but that's not how species hopping works, as we already talked about. It's just going to be a problem for future generations. But then again, what's funny is the invasive species is also a problem for future generations. And there's your options. Do nothing and deal with the terramorphs, deal with the invasive species, or deal with the future plague. Take your pick. What?
If this world is off limits, you were advised to jump to safe harbor immediately.
Yeah, I'm welcomed here.
Let me check my logs. All right, you can proceed. We'll let them know you're on your way down.
Yeah, having said all of that, if you put it, so if this was a well-written game and you forced me those three choices, I probably would actually take the invasive species. Just because, statistically speaking, even though that's going to screw up a lot of environments long-term, and it is probably the easiest thing to deal with down the line. A plague, what are you going to do about that? There's only so many things you can do about a plague. Especially since by the time it actually breaks out, there's a decent chance people might not even be aware of where it came from. So, that's right out. Leaving terramorphs to be awful, that's right out. So, I'd go with the invasive species. And yeah, remember, these giant invasive species, they're giraffes, for God's sakes. They're not snakes, or rats, or fleas, or even pigs. Pigs are one of the most invasive species that I am aware of on this planet, and have fundamentally altered the several biomes thanks to how many of them were brought over during colonization eras. Yeah, pigs are omnivores. No, really, omnivores. Cats are probably as well. That's definitely possible. But we may never know.
Head to command. Far into the compound.
The truth. That's funny, Grand 7. Well, yeah, obviously, the plague is the correct choice here. And yeah, I'm going to keep calling it a plague, because that's what it is. You got this, Bragwin. I believe.
I pride myself on knowing everyone on this world, and I don't know you. You're with the collection team, then, I presume. Either that, or you're one deeply unlucky trespasser.
Yeah, Captain Lore Runner. You see Vanguard?
Vanguard, eh? Brief said you were an eclectic group. You must have really shined out on the fringe to get assigned a task like this. Ah, then this must be the rest of your outfit.
Commander Hatum,
No need for introductions, Major Simon. Dr. Walker. Your reputations precede you, as does the urgency of your mission, so I'll get to it. Now, Londinion is one of the most dangerous places in the Milky Way.
Really?
For good reason, my soldiers and I do everything we can to avoid entering the city. Terramorphs are omnipresent, and the structural damage left behind when Major Sinan's father bombed its spaceport has turned large swathes of the metropolis into a decaying labyrinth. As such, we'll be providing you all with gear, information, and uploading municipal unlock codes to your robot. Every tool you could need to succeed out there. Except one. Once you're on the other side of those barriers, you will be on your own. If you get into trouble, my people will not be coming. Do we understand each other?
Yeah. Apparently they already bombed this place and it did nothing, which I honestly have trouble believing.
The initial terramorph outbreak that overran Londinion during the tail end of the colony war came as a complete shock. Waves of the creatures appeared out of nowhere, and the city was quickly overwhelmed. There were some attempts at evacuation, but V Victus decided more definitive action was merited. He ordered the spaceport to be bombed, ensuring no other ships could leave the city.
Oh, okay. Got it. So he didn't actually orbital bombardment. He bombed the spaceport.
20 years have only made Londinion more hostile, not less.
Cool.
So my people will not be coming for you out there. Understood?
Yeah, let's go.
Precisely. I'll leave you to your preparations then. You can find your equipment in our armory, base of the tower just outside. And I do believe there's someone waiting for you there, Captain. Now, once you're outside the base, it's my personal suggestion you make a beeline to the nearby Aceles plant. It contains one of our field caches. Though I can't guarantee it won't contain anything else. I hope you all find what you're looking for out there.
Also,
you're coming with me.
Why?
Thank you, Commander. Percival, you all set to hook into their comms tower?
Should only take a few minutes. Let's get this done and get the hell out of here.
Really, Gray?
Percival will be scanning the city for our samples from here. When he finds one, he'll transmit the coordinates to us out in the field.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Head over to the armory and gear up. Once you're done, we'll meet by the entrance to the city.
So, anyways, first of all, why would you feel the need to apologize for that, Friscoborn? The visual aesthetics of the game is easily one of its best points. You may or may not have noticed the 23 positives to story. Of those, seven of them are not for the visuals. I mean, I'm sorry, the moment you have spaceships in FTL, you have the ability to glass a planet. We have the ability to glass a planet. We just don't, because, you know, we live here. Like, physics, you know?
Yes?
Now let's check this thing out. Let's see if it's better than Grand suit. I'm gonna laugh if it's not. That's certainly nice. It's more airborne and radiation defenses and slightly better energy value. But it's heavier and has worse armor, thermal, and corrosive. However, it does have less damage from aliens, automatically use a med pack when hit, and health is below 25% once every minute, and chance to reduce damage while standing still. So that's not exactly shabby. The helmet has a chance to ignite nearby attackers. Also worse in every way than Grand's helmet. And the pack Reduce damage, increase carry capacity, reducing damage, basic boost back. I'll take that. We at least have some ammo for this thing right now.
Yes. What?
Frostbite became worse. Yeah. Not a lot I can do about that. Or rather, nothing I can do about that. What do you want from me, man? Why am I talking to this guy?
You match our description. The Vanguard captain? The cabinet wanted you to have something. Make sure you had the best tools for the task at hand. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Cool. They also gave me another gun, it looks like. A minigun. Which is probably got to be even worse, but what kind of ammo count do we have right now? Well, we at least have some decent ammo for it. We haven't really gotten to try out a minigun yet, so let's play around with it.
Transfer complete. All set on your gear? Are you ready to do this?
Yes.
Then let's get this show on the road.
Still haven't seen a sniper rifle. Oh, I know, Colgrim. Ammo's been a problem the whole game. There's a reason I'm going for the cutter build. Can we go, please? Please? Please?
Kaiser? Percival, everything green on your ends?
I am ready.
Personal comm should be routed through Kaiser now. You copy that?
Roger, loud and clear.
Perhaps too loud.
Oh, you're a riot robot.
Kaiser, kick it off.
Unlock code transmitted. You may open the gate when ready.
All right. On our way into the city. Percival, where are we heading?
Running the first sweep. Got one. A Sealy's. Not far. Old shipping yard just past the processing.
This is Vault 387, obviously.
Samples are probably in one of the containers.
Well, it certainly does some damage, I'll give it that. I don't care that much, Luke. We'll get there eventually. Or we won't. One of the two.
Combat procedures activated.
I mean, it's a BRPG combat. There's never really been that much into these. When they got rid of VATS, they got rid of one of the only interesting things about the combat.
Shipping yard's just beyond the processing plant. Cache with some goodies is towards the rear of the facility.
Nah, I'm good.
Close enough for you to dial in the location of those samples from here?
Yes, they're faint, but I'm detecting multiple valid signatures. I have restored power to the containers.
Jackpot! Get down there and collect as many as you can.
Yeah, VATS is cool. Legitimately. I'm a little sad they got rid of it. I know they got rid of it because it's not Fallout, but still, it might have been the right call to just keep the damn thing. Call it something else if you really need to.
Morphs! Open fire!
Oh god, it's an albino terramorph. I've played Fallout, I know what that means.
They're going to betray you. Every last one.
Oh no, they're betraying me. What do I do? What do I do?
You can't beat it. It's too strong. Give up now.
I can submit. I die. Okay, that gun sucks. Jesus.
What is this, a new surprise? Let's see how quickly it can die.
I think it's trying to play. How quaint.
Join us. Join us in bliss.
Bliss. Oh, it's dead.
Organic resources like this are more useful than people give them credit for.
This is useless. You've already lost.
You know, I've been deliberately not using grenades because grenades usually suck, but here we go. Let's do it. Grenade.
No! No, don't!
Okay, so grenades suck as predicted.
All sides! They're all around! This! Fall back! Fall back!
Protect yourself!
It's not working. It's never going to work.
Listen, they're super psychic, okay?
New fault detected. Correcting.
Watch out! It's got me! It's got me! Where are you?
Let me stun the thing really quick. You could keep shooting it when it's stunned, dude.
You won't be leaving here alive.
Honestly, yeah. Super mutants were never exactly great in Fallout 3, but they were still more terrifying than this nonsense.
All Asili's samples collected.
All right, now hand those over to Kaiser, and let's get out of here.
Samples secure.
Nice work. Now, earlier scan picked up a valid terramorph sample, but, well, it's in the spaceport. And the quick route there looks like it got blasted when the port did.
There are steam tunnels under the city, which will allow us to access the spaceport.
What do you... That's right. Kaiser, how did you know that?
I'm not sure.
Dun dun dun.
You see any better option?
Not from where I'm standing.
Then we've got our answer.
Access unlocked. We may proceed.
You know, I will give this quest chain one definitive thing better than the Crimson Fleet one. I think it's shorter. Now, I'm not sure if it's actually shorter, but it certainly feels shorter. That's a good thing. Unless there's 3 more quests after this, in which case, please kill me immediately.
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it?
Confirmed.
You know, no one even realized it was a living thing until someone got it under a microscope and saw it had cells. Can't be cultivated anywhere but Londinion. Real marvel. All these leeches. What's keeping you things warm?
Don't mind me farming some kills here really quick for my achievement. So the way this quest is structured, and the audio design, and the build-up, and I don't know why I know what I know, everything about this is screaming the fact that we're about to get the big reveal. Who's ready for it?
My God, look at it. A Lazarus in bloom. You know, we might be some of the only... What's happening? Captain, are you seeing this? The heat leeches are terramorphs.
I called that. I have that on camera. Why didn't we know that? Yeah, why is that something we're just now understanding about these things that we've been dealing with for decades? I'm not even going to ask how they do the mass growth thing, you know, the magical mass thing. Because that's just the straight up Resident Evil at that point.
You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind. That heat leech became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs. Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing, and then, with time, they transform. We just found out how terramorphs move between planets.
Cool. That's actually kind of cool. So, like, maybe we should do something about that.
No, Lazarus plants can't grow anywhere but here, let alone blossom. People have tried. Plus, if what we just witnessed was happening anywhere else, well, it wouldn't just be Londinion lost to these things. What we just saw, it must be some kind of alternate growth method. One that winnows 70 years of maturation into seconds. It's incredible.
Okay. This feels like it's a major discovery, even though that makes no sense.
Pretty major is right. But if what we just saw, if that's possible, the Lazarus plant, it's clearly an accelerant for the terramorph, a heat leech transformation process. Make one into the other in an instant. But that means if anyone knew about this, they could trigger a terramorph spawning. You could sneak a leech into a city, or even multiple leeches, into a place like New Atlantis. Good God. The attack on New Atlantis, does this... Could someone have set that up?
Yeah.
But first, you'd have to know the truth about all this.
Well, we're never gonna know if you don't catch that thing. Get after it.
We may proceed.
Go!
Kaiser's got the cell data from the New Atlantis and Tau Ceti attacks, right?
Uploaded them myself.
Let Kaiser take a look at that sample. All right, let's get to the bottom of this.
No, Kaiser? Kaiser.
Beginning analysis. It is a match. This suggests with high certainty that the Lazarus plant was used to trigger the attacks on both planets.
There's no way a plant this rare, this fragile, just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tau Ceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands. Captain, do you understand what it is we just stumbled on here?
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone saw the Lazarus plant in action and used it to trigger the attacks. Makes some sense, actually. Tau Ceti was likely their first test, someplace remote where no one would question a few settlers going missing. Ensure the big show, the attack on New Atlantis, would be a success. And the timing of that one, it couldn't have been just luck that it happened right when we were asking the cabinet to do something about the terramorphs. These attacks, I think someone planned them to set all this in motion.
What about the plant? Like you've said multiple times it can only grow here.
It can't. At least, I didn't think it could. But maybe if we're right about this, someone found a way.
That's your excuse. Okay.
They certainly were. But having this answer, well, it raises a couple big questions. Who could pull something like this off? And why?
We actually have a lot of options here. It was the UC. It was the Freestar. I shouldn't hurl accusations. It was Commander Hatom. It was House Veron. It was Eclectic. No, it was your dad.
While he certainly got the temperament for mass murder, you told me yourself my father's in jail. I don't see how he could have pulled something like this off.
Let's save the discussion for when you all aren't standing in the universe's closest equivalent to hell frozen over. If we're gonna do anything to prevent more terramorph attacks, human cause or otherwise, we need that final sample.
Roger that. Kaiser, get us into the spaceport?
The entrance is this way.
Yeah, don't worry. They, like, yeah, it just if the pollen is all that does it, just hack some pollen. There you go. And yeah, considering how much of a pest heat leeches already are, hell, we literally already have mechanisms.
Power to the lock mechanism.
Anyone got ideas where we could get some extra juice?
Local power looks like it was controlled in the security office. Upper floor.
Captain and I can scout it out. Kaiser, see if you can't find another way to get it open.
Roger that.
Yes, I'm eating 20-year-old food. What?
Power to the office entrance. You may proceed.
Yeah, no, you'll notice that this is making the invasive species option sound even better than the frickin' plague option. And, as I was about to point out, we already have... Shut up! We already have mechanisms in place to get rid of heat leeches. It's, in fact, standardized. That whenever you pull a ship into port. Now, the vibe I've been getting the whole game is that not everyone does that because, you know, it takes time, and it's expensive, and it's whatever. But still, that exists. We have ways to purge heat leeches, so keep doing them. Oh my god.
Still looks operable. Of all the things to survive.
Yeah, hang on. I need to eat some more 20-year-old food.
Reactivated. Error. Control system reboot required.
And we do that... Ah, Captain. I think I see it.
Reboot engaged. Running diagnostic.
Yeah, no kidding, Carol White Noise.
Diagnostic complete. Multiple systems unavailable. Warning. Priority safety concern detected. Exterior hatch power restored.
Back in business.
Warning. Emergency recorder message detected. Transcription process engaged. Playback initiated.
Admiral Senon, we need to make the evacuation request.
That's my father he's addressing. He was here? Didn't think he'd have the guts to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces.
Admiral!
It just transformed. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe. Colonel, the troops that closed off the sewers after my evaluation, they're all in this facility.
Other than our casualties? Yes, sir.
Good. Get them into defensive positions around the spaceport. No one leaves. I'll send ships as soon as possible.
Thank God. None of us wanted to go down swarmed by those things.
That won't be your fate, Colonel. You have my word.
Transcription complete. Physical copy available.
An invisible weapon. He knew. He knew about the Lazarus plant. Grab that recording. We should talk.
What is there to talk about? Honestly. Hey, the guy you keep calling your dad? Yeah, he's a mass murdering psychopath. Also, this water is quite wet.
V Victus. He destroyed this place. Killed these people to keep what he knew about the Lazarus plant and the terramorphs and all...
I'm sorry, I don't want to sound unkind. Given all of the horrible things that this person has done, why is this the big reveal to you? Why are you treating this like, oh my god, I can't believe that the extremely evil, mass-murdering psychopath, convicted war criminal is, in fact, a dick?
All this a secret, didn't he?
Like, yeah.
He saw the potential of the plant as a weapon and hid it away. He killed those people to keep them from sharing what they might have seen.
Yeah.
Condemned this whole city to death.
Yes.
He's...
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Exactly what we all thought he was. Wait. If the plant was used to trigger the attacks, that means V Victus... he might have been involved in what happened on New Atlantis. I hate to say it, but I think your instinct about him might have been right.
Yeah.
And even if he wasn't directly involved, I guarantee he knows something. But I guess we're not getting any more answers right now. Come on, let's go get that last sample.
Lady, you're dumb.
Guys, your sample, it moved. I'd be real careful out there if I were you.
That doesn't sound good. Eyes peeled.
I was disorienting as hell. Did you see that? Here, watch this for a sec. Look at that. That's outside. I mean, I know they've always had this kind of thing, but oh, that is unpleasant. Ugh. And yeah, this feels straight out of the Gatling gun of Fallout 4 with less impact and less damage, so that's cool. Come on, game. Give me a big boss fight. I know you can do those. You've done it before. In this quest chain. Oh my god. It's the Ultra Terramorph.
Oh my god, concentrate fire! Shoot! Shoot!
You want to start shooting, please?
Is this a new surprise? Let's see how quickly it can die.
What is that?
That thing is putting out some kind of signal. Radar's lighting up. I think you're due for some company.
You're not gonna leave me here, are you?
Alright, alright. Problem number 1. The random audio clips are fine. I don't actually mind those. What I do mind is it keeps blurring out my screen, which is honestly kind of irritating, especially given how much HP these things have. So, it's just blur, blur, and that's not engaging, that's not fun. It is, in fact, headache-inducing. Problem number 1. Problem number 2. Have you noticed, you probably haven't, I don't blame you if you haven't, these things have what I'm going to call a roar attack. It's actually a very common type of attack that enemies like this, especially bosses, tend to have. The roar is a stagger. It disorients you for a second. Why is that relevant? Because it interrupts what you're doing, which in this case happens to be either shooting or reloading, depending on the case. So, okay. Like that. Like it actually prevents me from shooting.
Right behind you.
There should be some radar equipment powered up now around the port.
Now,
And I'll relay my signal through there.
I don't know. I'm probably failing at explaining how terrible of a mechanic that is. Because, again, just like the blurring, it's not actually adding to the boss fight. It's just making it more irritating. Yeah, it literally interrupts the gameplay. Also, I can't even tell when the stun attack is about to happen, so I'm gonna go with no on that.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Don't let them get me.
So let's do the mechanic here.
Look, it's working. But the thralls, they're attacking the anomaly. Percival, are you doing this?
You can't beat it. It's too strong. Give up now.
That's not me. I'm just nulling out the frequency.
We freed them, and they're helping us.
And I'm killing them. I'm killing them. And then I'm gonna kill them, too.
No signal online.
It's working.
One more dish, and I should be able to shut it down completely.
Oh my god.
No, don't hurt me.
Oh, god damn it, game, fine.
Damage sustained.
Blur.
It was quite a fall. They're not coming after us. I wonder if your boots need polishing.
I guess Guess we should grab that sample while we can.
I just gained a debuff called Pain.
Good. Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done.
Final sample secure.
All wrapped up. Time to get the hell out of here. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
I'm pretty sure I could run better than this right now with my current health issues. Just saying. They always were Frisco-born. Pain.
Look at all of you. Back from the underworld. Got pretty frantic on the comms towards the end there. But it sounded like this was a success. Got everything we need to put this plan in motion.
Yep, Kaiser has the samples.
Ah, best place for them. Now, my connection might have gotten a bit fuzzy there, but do I have it right that V Victus knew about this damn plant?
That's what it sounded like.
Guess the old Admiral must have told someone what he learned. Even he's not clever enough to pull off an attack like that from the great beyond.
See ya, Evo.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Yep. V Victus is totally alive.
I'm sorry, what?
V Victus is totally alive.
On my leg, right? Adrian?
No, I don't believe he is.
So that means we have a suspect.
I believe that's exactly what that means. Look, Captain. Percival and we need to get these samples back to the lab. Ensure we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the terramorphs. But V Victus is the only solid lead we've got on the attacks. Since you're the only one who knows where he is, can you speak to him? See if you can get him to cough up anything he might know.
I mean, he's not exactly trustworthy. Do you want to come with?
Captain, I truly don't. He's already shown he's taken an interest in you. I'll be a lot more useful in the lab right now than I would be grilling Francois. So do you think you could do it? Please?
Sure. Yeah, yes.
Good. We'll all meet back at Mast, outside the cabinet chambers. They're gonna want to know everything we've uncovered here. Best of luck, Captain. And thank you for dealing with him.
Yes, lunch soon. I want to finish this chain. I hope to God this is the last step.
They say Jemison's climate is a lot like old Earth's. I wonder if they had their own...
Hey, it refilled. accept. Let's bleed him dry.
Of Terrapru.
I agree, though, Colgrim. Triple negatives for backtracking easily.
You'll be scanned as you enter the city.
This is also related to the city design. While a lot of Bethesda quests tend to be of the format of start at point X or start at point Y, go to point X, go back to point Y, go to point Z, go back to point Y, go to point A, go back to point Y, which is honestly bad quest design. The fact of the matter is there are ways to mitigate that, either with fast travel points, or with shortcutting, or with relatively small areas, or easy to navigate areas, or there's ways to mitigate that, right? But when you have nice, big, empty, sprawling cities of doom...
That you're so fast, you can run around a planet and find the...
Like, look how long this is taking me to get back to this point. All I'm doing is just going back to point Y. That's all I'm doing. And yeah, I cannot help but notice that this setting does not appear to have this alien concept we just invented. It's called telecommunications. Now, it's this super advanced sci-fi technology that we just invented. In real life. It just came out yesterday. So I don't blame the creators of the game for not knowing that it's possible to talk to someone at a distance greater than, you know, being right in front of them.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. When I heard you and Hadrian were headed for Londinion of all places, I presumed you must be onto something big. Did you find what you were looking for?
Don't play dumb.
Now, what in the heavens would make you claim something as ludicrous as that?
We found a recording.
Did you? Well, I don't know what you think you heard on this recording, but I sincerely hope you didn't come to the wrong conclusions. After all, given the Cabinet's current state of anxiety, they might misinterpret such a discovery to mean I could have been involved with the attacks. Perhaps I can convince you to keep this among us.
No. I'm telling the Cabinet. You may have the opportunity to tell them yourselves regardless of me.
You know, you're far more clever than I expected.
No, I'm not.
You want to hear the words, then? I did it. The terramorph attacks on Tau Ceti. New Atlantis. My doing. Years of coordination between my associate and I. Figuring out how to deploy the Lazarus plant's pollen outside of Londinion. Learning to synthesize it. Use it as a weapon. Now, being as clever as you are, I'm sure you have thoughts on why I might do such a thing.
Oh yeah, I told her immediately, Kemek. No better way to show the UC what a deadly weapon they have in the Lazarus plant than to use it.
Not a bad thought. But no. The attacks were a correction. When I discovered the plant, I did consider handing over what I'd found, but we were at war. And I couldn't risk information that dangerous falling into the wrong hands. So I ordered the bombing of the Londinion Spaceport. Fixing two problems at once. Halting the spread of the city's terramorph outbreak, and sealing away knowledge of the plant's potential.
You didn't even trust your own people?
These were the final days of the colony war, Captain. The Freestar Collective had spies everywhere. I was concerned that if word got out, the Collective could swoop down, start breeding Lazarus plants, and overrun our worlds with waves of terramorphs. Just like what was happening on Londinion at that very moment. Sealing off the city to prevent mass death? It was the only option that made sense at the time.
So you just said it took you years to use the plant outside of it, so you killed them for nothing.
Simple to say now, but with the outbreak raging from a barely understood source, the moment demanded quick action. So I did what was required. I removed a dangerous variable from an already catastrophic war. But then, as the war ended, my trial, my execution, I made a decision. After all, I'd given everything for the colonies. My life as I knew it included.
You live in luxury.
What did I get in return? Was there any effort by the UC to protect my legacy? My daughter's legacy?
You live in a luxury condo. I guarantee you, with every need of yours attended to, whether it be food or entertainment or medical, and you have the audacity to complain about how badly you've been mistreated?
No. We were sacrificed when all we did was serve. So I kept what I'd learned and arranged the attacks to set things right again. My daughter, she becomes a hero. I become a trusted advisor, having found Kaiser, the research team, and cement my new position of influence when I hand them the name of the person responsible for the attack on New Atlantis. The dear departed Dr. Reginald Orlays, the associate who aided me all these years, and whom I always slated to take the fall.
Reminder, it is not possible to take him alive. You either kill him or he immediately suicides.
What luck he was stopped dead before he could hurt anyone else. His decades on the run brought to an end by another unlikely hero. You.
I like how one of the dialogue says, "Why does that name sound familiar?" God damn game. So I'm just your cleanup crew.
Captain, please. You've benefited here as much as I have. Maybe more. It's why I had Orlays reprogram Kaiser. Had that old machine guide you to where I found the plant all those years ago. I went to great lengths to ensure your and Hadrian's success. And look at the results. I know for a fact the Cabinet's planning to honor both you and Hadrian once this is all done. Isn't that preferable to languishing away in obscurity? Running jobs on the tail end of nowhere for the Vanguard? With only the vague hopes of perhaps earning the right to buy a home in the well someday.
Screw you.
You're being honored only because I arranged the situations where it could happen. Be grateful. And let's not forget the importance of our actual endgame. Eliminating the terramorphs. Securing knowledge of the Lazarus plant. What we've set in motion is going to protect thousands, maybe millions of lives. I'm simply requesting one more life be protected. Mine. I've already sent along the evidence of Orlays' role in the attacks to the Cabinet, leaving out my own involvement. All I ask is that you confirm as much to the Cabinet. Tell them that it was Orlays and Orlays alone. After all, I do still have a long list of threats to the UC. This needn't be the end of our good works together.
I mean, I do love procedural quest generators. I'll think about it.
Well, I do hope you'll keep the larger perspective in mind, Captain. We've done something great here. Let's not squander the opportunity to do more.
Yeah, bye. This is not where I want to go. Because Orlays is dead, Friscoborn. Unless you mean, why would we do it? And again, the benefit, I want to stress this, because I believe it completely, is that if we don't sell him out, we gain access to a procedural quest generator. And there's nothing I enjoy more in a BRPG than being told that there's another goddamn settlement that needs help.
Perfect timing. We just got in. So on our end, good news. The microbe and the acyles are both as effective against heat leeches as they are against terramorphs.
Means either plan should work for clearing those critters off our worlds.
Considering what the Lazarus plant is capable of, I don't think we can deal with those things fast enough. I already sent along info to the cabinet to get them up to speed. So what about your end? Did you find anything? Did my father tell you what he knew about the Lazarus plant?
Yeah.
I knew it. The second I heard that recording, I knew. Why? Did he say why he did it?
Yeah, he was trying to make you you and him both into heroes.
It takes some deeply twisted logic to think anything did more harm to the Sanan name than him. Well, once we inform the cabinet, they can ensure he won't be able to do anything like this ever again.
Yeah, screw him.
Exactly. Bring justice to everyone he's hurt. So I guess that gives us our final answer. Nothing left to do but head in and see what the cabinet thinks.
Are we not even choosing?
Unless there was more to discuss.
Between the invasive or the virus?
Opportunity to talk things through before the cabinet weighs in on a decision regarding the terramorphs.
Screw it. Let's go. I don't even care.
And here we go.
Let's just go. Let's just go. Let's do it. Oh God, the adoring fan. It's too adoring. Too adoring.
Welcome back, all of you. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. But according to Hadrian's report, and the second one I just received, it seems the terramorph attack on New Atlantis was no random occurrence, but a planned strike. Is what I'm reading here true?
Correct, ma'am. It was a deliberate attack.
My God.
An attack? Using terramorphs? How is that possible?
You will all receive a full briefing once we're done here. So then, is what the second report claims correct? Did Reginald Orlays commit these attacks, Captain?
Orlays?
Yeah, no. It was actually V Victus.
It's true, ma'am. I heard the recording myself. My father figured out how to use terramorphs as weapons.
He did what?
That's impossible. He doesn't have the kind of access to...
Clearly, he made his own access, Chief Sarkin. Madam President, I have been saying for years that not dealing with that man was going to end in tragedy.
Enough! I hope everyone here understands that what has just been shared is a state secret of the highest order. This information does not leave this room. Now, that's quite the accusation you're leveling, considering Francois Sanan has not left containment for the better part of 2 decades. You have evidence to back this up?
Yeah.
It just transformed. A terramorph out of thin air. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe.
Heavens help us. Is that actually him?
I'd know that voice anywhere. That's Francois.
He knew they could do this, and said nothing.
He's a sociopath. Plain and simple, ma'am.
Officer, please collect that recording.
Yes, ma'am. Begging your pardon, Captain.
We'll, of course, be launching a full investigation into how this could have happened. Though I have little doubt the Admiral will be quick to share all he knows on the subject once confronted with that recording. Chief Yassine, can you send one of your interrogators to have a little chat with the Admiral?
I'll issue the order immediately.
Good. Combined with everything else you all have uncovered. Well, I don't think the United Colonies can thank you enough. We failed the people of the colonies by not dealing with V Victus sooner. I intend to rectify that mistake immediately.
Oh, absolutely, Logue. Yeah, please kill his ass.
I'm inclined to agree, Captain. Now, with our villain unmasked, we can attend to the other matters at hand. With the threads you've brought together here, the Lazarus plant, the attacks, the heat leeches, the 3 of you have likely spared thousands of lives. But it now falls to the cabinet to ensure this can never happen again. As such, the cabinet will be securing the Lazarus plant on Londinion. All materials related to the plant will be classified to ensure no one else learns its true nature.
A sound decision, Madam President.
The copy's fine, just not the original. We should probably wipe the plant out.
We're already discussing the elimination of one species, Captain. Explain to me why you wish to eliminate another.
Destroying it and asking the Freestar Collective for aid proves we have no ill intentions in this matter. Also, you're a goddamn moron.
That is an idea with some merit to it. Decrease the likelihood of anything like this occurring again, and further relations between our two factions.
Two birds with a single stone. Very well. We'll include the collective in the removal process. Thank you for the suggestion, Captain. So then, to our final topic. The Cabinet has agreed to implement a plan that will deal with the terramorph, and now also heat leech presence on human worlds. In fact, we've already begun enacting measures to check all UC ports and settlements for undiscovered nests. But we all understand this is only a partial solution. The project we're embarking on will be a long and difficult one. So our first step must be deciding how exactly this all will be handled.
3 planets, Drax,
Madam
yeah.
President, this microbe is clearly too much of a risk. The Aseles are the safer approach.
To someone with limited knowledge of biology, perhaps? The technology behind the microbe is solved science, Madam President. It isn't dangerous. Using it to wipe out the terramorphs would be the quickest path to protecting humanity.
And fast results always lead to the best outcomes, don't they?
As you can see, there remains debate among the Cabinet. We were hoping your group might issue a recommendation. Major?
We've had a few discussions, but our group is similarly split.
We are?
Only the captain has yet to weigh in.
Oh, right.
Captain, I know this may not be your area of expertise, but we'd like to know your take on the matter.
So I'm going to answer you now, Kemek. I apologize for taking so long. I just didn't want to interrupt the flow of conversation. Kemek asked how I'm finding this quest chain so far. Started off good, you know, really solid, really great stuff. And the further into the quest chain we got, the worse it got. And it's really funny because I can kind of pinpoint how and why. The quest chain was at its best when it was all about the moment, the atmosphere, the terror, all the things that Bethesda tends to do pretty well, right? And then and then it's like, okay, now we got to get in politics. We need to have a villain, and they need to have some kind of central plot, a big scheme that we have to work around. Which are things Bethesda is not very good at writing. And so, like, the quality of the narrative has just been kind of going, as we've been going further into the quest. Oh yeah, characterization, too. You know what the characterization is for Admiral Evil? I'll give you a hint. His name is Admiral Evil. Oh, excuse me, that's me being facetious. The actual name they call him in lore is V Victus. I agree, this is still absolutely better than the Crimson Fleet. This still is the best quest chain I've seen so far. But you can see why I say this, right? Like, it started strong. I was into it. And then it was just like, oh yeah, and I am an evil admiral who has been behind this the entire time. My machinations have lay undetected for years. Oh my god. Moving on. Yeah, so I'm going to go with Aseles, because as I've already talked about, both of these options suck. You have an invasive species, or you have a plague. But between these two, I will go with Aseles, because an invasive species is something that's more manageable in the future, and is something that can be worked around, whereas opposed to a plague, which is just going to be a freaking plague.
I'm in full agreement. No need be delving into unpredictable sciences.
And Major Sinan? Dr. Walker, you'd find this acceptable?
Yeah, whoops, excuse me, I didn't mean to hit mute. That's another thing. We could start planning for an invasive species now. we can start thinking about how this is going to cause issues. And, oh, that's right. This particular invasive species is edible, just like pigs, actually. It's another reason I kept making that comparison. So we have already existing methods and understanding of what we're doing. Yeah, I heard that, Chemic, and I'm in agreement with you. That just sounds ridiculous. But a plague? A frickin' plague?
Trust the captain's judgment.
Then the matter is settled. We'll begin the process immediately. Today marks day 1 for the United Colonies Terramorph Management Division, making you 3 the founding members of the TMD. As befits such a group, the Cabinet wanted to display its gratitude. Today, we will be adding 3 new Class 1 citizens to our ranks.
Class 1? For the 3 of us? Are you joking?
What he means to say is, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
What? I'm sorry, what is a Class 1 citizen?
It's a status reserved only for those who've dedicated their lives to the United Colonies, or done great things for its cause. Class 1s enjoy an ample credit disbursement, an additional reduction on the cost of colonial goods. And I'm told the penthouse is rather impressive.
Sweet. I'm doing my part.
You all have earned it. Now, there's much to be done. Major Sanan, Dr. Walker, I hope you 2 are willing to continue your efforts spearheading the TMD's research on Mars.
We'd be honored, ma'am.
As for you, Captain, the Vanguard will be providing much of the on-the-ground support for the TMD. As a member of both the Vanguard and the TMD, I believe you'll have your pick of duties. Speak to your commander, Tuala, if I recall correctly. He should be able to provide you with assignments going forward, plus help you collect the benefits that come with being named Class 1. On behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our sincerest gratitude. This meeting is adjourned.
Guys, we did it. We unlocked more procedural quests. Yes. Nothing I enjoy more in these games. Oh my gosh. Is that it? Oh, we're done. We're done. Okay, cool. That was it then. That was the chain. Oh, there's my hand. Let's go talk to Commander Tuula. I don't have, like, I have an outsider's surface level understanding of plagues, but I actually have studied plagues in my life more than once. And yeah, no.
One day, I'm gonna...
No. Any questions? Like, I think what amuses me the most is one of the biggest things they keep saying is how extremely unlikely it is that there will be any kind of, you know, species hopping, because it's so extremely unlikely, and we could totally program viruses to not mutate, and it's like, you... The very sentence is self-defeating.
Well, I've got to say, this is a first. I've never had a Class 1 citizen in my ranks before. Congratulations, Captain.
Like, if programming stuff, you don't... I can't even... Kamek, maybe you can do a better job of this. I can't even explain how stupid the statement is. We're going to program a virus to not mutate.
No need to thank me. You brought this on yourself. I've already gone ahead and processed your Class 1 benefits. All UC goods and services should now have a thanks for protecting the colonies discount. And the credits should be in your accounts now. But to get into your penthouse, you'll have to pay a visit to the Aphelion Realty office. They should be able to grant you access.
Thank you.
Higher-ups wanted to make sure you know how much they appreciate what you've done. But with all that squared, it's time to get you a new assignment.
Oh, yeah, please.
Vanguard missions, putting those pilot skills to use defending UC space.
Bring it in.
Or you could help the TMD in cleaning up terramorphs.
Yes.
Oh, and I got a request from Dr. Walker. Wanted your help collecting biological samples to keep an eye out for any new alien threats on the horizon. Any of those missions call to you?
Bye. Okay, so wait, what? Really? Okay, there it goes. I will admit, so let me be honest about something really quick. I hate procedural quests in games. I find them, hate's maybe a strong word, but I bounce off of them very hard. I do not enjoy doing procedural content. I never have, and I never will. I like manually crafted content. That's what I enjoy. As we've talked about several times during this very playthrough, that's just a preference thing. So, you'll forgive me for being so negative about the fact that there's so much procedural content in this game, because ultimately, it's just the fact that I don't want to do it, right? I should mention there is a gap of gradients in terms of quality between badly designed procedural content and well-designed procedural content. And we will have to discuss this particular gap when it comes to the review of Skyrim when we finally get there. And Fallout 4 if we ever actually review Fallout 4.
It's a buyer's market right now. Good time to make a move. Well, if it isn't the United Colony's newest Class 1 citizen, you've made quite a name for yourself in New Atlantis. In fact, the higher-ups want to thank you for your dedicated service by giving you one of the nicest pieces of real estate in the city. It's a premium penthouse at the top of Mercury Tower. Best location in New Atlantis, in my professional opinion. What do you say? It'll just take a second to get you registered as the owner.
Yes, please.
Great. You're in for a real treat. It's one of my favorite apartments in the city. Okay, you're all set. Your new home's located in Mercury Tower in the residential district. You'll love the place. It has a gorgeous floor plan and an unbeatable view of the city. Now that you're an owner, I'm sure I'll be seeing you around town.
I could see that, Inamisha. And yeah, I will admit there are some specific types or genres of games in which procedural content is different because, well, duh, essentially. You know, most roguelikes or roguelites, rogue resets or rogue progressions both tend to lean on procedural content quite a bit. But it's also worth noting that a lot of those games tend to have a decent amount of manually crafted content to flesh out that procedural stuff. It's not completely procedural. Now, I know that's true for these games as well, but you get my point. That's why I said earlier, it's a gradient. I would argue very strongly that Stellaris is not procedurally generated because it violates the spirit of the definition. But yeah, no, it works in roguelike style games. I'll speak of a rogue progression game that I'm actually very familiar with. 20XDX. In 20XDX, there are several different stages. I believe there's 4 overall types of stages. Each one of them has different types of platforming challenges and different types of enemies, different types of hazards that you have to interact with. When you actually go through a stage, it jigsaws it. It mixes and matches what you interact with, when and where and how. But the point is, it's not really quite procedural. It's more like it's just kind of chunked together from a bin. So it's there's actually a term for this. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like random within parameters or something like that. So, and we actually talked about this during the Diablo review as well. Because Diablo 1 was actually extremely procedural, to the point where a lot of the terrain was extremely randomized. It was not uncommon to find the staircase to the floor down right next to the staircase you just came down, for example, because there was no real parameters. It was just random chunks of terrain. Diablo 2 started getting more into like actually doing the jigsaw thing, and Diablo 3 actually does both, depending on which area you're in. That doesn't bother me nearly as much, because that's not really content. That is the vehicle by which you get to the content, but that doesn't bother me as so much as hey, I want you to find X over at Y for no reason. Go. Does that make any sense? I'm probably not explaining myself well here. But if I have to do a mishmash of Metal Man stage for Mega Man 2, that's at least interesting to me. But if I have to do a random mishmash of go loot X of Y, then that is not. I'm probably explaining myself terribly. What do you want from me? My lunch break was like 5 minutes ago. I'm surprised you can even hear me anymore with how croaky my voice is getting. Well, no, part of the problem is the definition is a little bit vague because procedural, like if we walk back for a second, procedural doesn't mean as much as we tend to mean. When we say that word, what we mean is someone set up an algorithm and hit go. But procedural generation is used all the time. This is something I've talked about a lot. Breath of the Wild's overworld was procedurally generated at first. And then someone went over and manually polished and handcrafted it from the initial generation. Like I said, that's actually an extremely common tactic. And it does, as was just mentioned, it does depend on the specific game type and the genre and what they do with it. But again, the idea of, just me personally, the idea of going and doing another random settlement or the Thieves Guild in Skyrim, that's probably the first time I ever encountered what I consider to be truly procedural content, where it is just an infinite loop of go do a randomly generated thing for no real reason. That's the type of thing that I tend to bounce off of personally. Fun fact, I've never really done that because every time I've tried, I've just lost interest immediately. So here's our penthouse. Can we move our parents up here? Please let me move my parents up here. They deserve a nice place. Look at this. I have my own washer and dryer, for God's sakes. Right. Parents aren't citizens. Keep forgetting that. This is a nice apartment, I'll give you that. Well, there's only one thing to do now. Whee! Wow, it actually is rendered. It really is there. Holy crap. I legitimately wasn't expecting that. Wow. So Ect asks an interesting question. Why does the alternate premise of never coming up with the transistor thing, Culture 50 thing, not bother us in Fallout, whereas it bothers the crap out of us that everyone doesn't have a phone here? First and foremost, it doesn't bother me that Battletech uses battle mechs, even though battle mechs are stupid and make no sense, because it's Battletech. It's part of the vibe, part of the atmosphere, part of the kitsch of that specific setting. It's sort of integral to what the setting is, right? It's called Battletech. Similarly, the Fallout setting absolutely lives and breathes, at least since Bethesda got hold of it, lives and breathes the 50s vibe and the God, I can't remember what it's called. It's like the Art Deco look, whatever. You know, they push forward that concept and they push forward that vibe, and they have their throwaway, hand-wavy explanation for it, and then we just all move on because they're self-consistent with how they approach it. Now you might say, well, Starfield is self-consistent with it. Sure, but why at no point anywhere, in this entire game, has anyone ever explained why they've never invented this alien concept called the phone? Now, I will admit if they came up with an excuse for the phone, I might still complain about that. I'm not going to lie. But why don't these people have phones? Yeah, we actually do have conversations between ships. That's true. It's kind of weird that so many things have to be done in person. Now, we know why. The reason why is because this is a BRPG. And a huge portion of the gameplay of a BRPG is talking to a person and having that little dialogue thing pop up, and then having us discuss things with them. That's normal. That's why. That is the reasoning. Now, having said that, I haven't given this game a negative for that. It's just kind of funny how we constantly have to go talk to people in person because apparently interstellar communications is not a thing that exists. And as I talked about a few days ago, there's actually a really easy way to fix this. Come up with a whole new faction and a whole new story arc, which is connected to it, which is basically the post, right? The postal service, the Pony Express. If grav drives are really this instantaneous and this reliable, then the fastest method of communication is literally courier at that point. And that could actually track for me. Not only would it neatly, so this would actually neatly explain why they haven't really bothered with interstellar communications outside of like the radio, which is time limited. Instead, it's literally faster to be like, bzz, bzz, I got a message for you, right? That I would be with. And again, they could do some cool stuff with that. They could have whole story arcs about that. Instead, what we have is nothing whatsoever. So I think I could fairly say that this game deserves 800,000 negatives to story for this 1 point alone. I think that's fair, right? Don't worry. If anybody has any issues with that, I will stay online through my entire lunch break just to hear people's complaints about that.